Administrator Gary Schmidt, would you please call the roll for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Roll call. Commissioner Savas.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner West.
Here.
Commissioner Martha Schrader.
Almost here.
She's there, sorry. I was stretching there. Chair Roberts.
Here. And thank you. And Gary's instructed me we have to wrap this up in 45 minutes, so I'm asking all my colleagues if we could help accomplish that goal. I'd sure appreciate it. So, Gary, what's the first thing on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. First, letter of support for Tumwata Village grant application. Tonya Holoweski, Director of Public and Government Affairs, will present. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Gary. Good morning, Commissioners. I will try to make this quick. As Gary said, we are here to ask for your approval of a letter supporting a Confederate Tribes of Grand Round grant proposal to complete Phase 2 of the Tumwata Village Restoration Project. The tribes are seeking funding from U.S. Department of Transportation for a build grant program to support design and construction of infrastructure and utilities of the Tumwata Village site at Willamette Falls. This will produce 4 new complete streets. Those streets are listed in the memo. I won't walk through those for you. The redevelopment of the site will support future public access to the property, as well as economic development and workforce development opportunities to the region. I do want to note that the Clackamas County Department of Transportation and Development also plans to submit a proposal to the BUILD grant program for future fund improvements to the 212 to 24 interchange in the Sunrise Corridor. But in the spirit of our partnership, we felt we wanted to bring this proposal in front of you and are recommending that you approve the support letter for the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Rondes grant application as presented in your packet.
All right. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments by my colleagues?
Chair, I move we approve the letter of support as presented.
Second.
All right, we're rocking here. So Commissioner Savas has moved to approve the letter of support as presented. Commissioner West has seconded it. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Tanya. Gary, what's next?
Thank you. Next is wildfire property tax relief resolution that you discussed last fall, and this is a bringing back to you. Billy, I don't see Sarah in the room, so would you present, or what would you like to do?
I'm trying to locate her. Obviously, if we can proceed, Sarah has spent a lot of time preparing this memorandum in consultation with, I'm going to mispronounce the acronym for the tax department, but there are some options that are outlined. And as I understand it, that as a follow-up to what brought this to the board's original concern on December 18th was the one property owner who had questions about the eligibility of property tax relief or due to the wildfire property tax relief. And it's my understanding, members of the board, that property tax owner has been in communication with the staffer and is interested in what's available and will make a decision on whether or not to proceed. So those options as outlined in Sarah Foreman's memorandum to the board is what's available. And it has everything to do with when property owner is eligible for to file for that property tax relief per statute.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Any questions from my colleagues?
No, I read through this, and I would move to direct council to collaborate with the assessor to draft a resolution implementing the wildfire special assessment for tax year 2026 and return at a future business meeting for approval.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Helm has moved to direct council to collaborate with the assessor's office to draft a resolution implementing the wildfire special assessment tax year 2026 and return it at future business meetings for approval. Commissioner West has seconded that. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Chair. I will be supporting this, but I want to restate for, I don't know, I'm not going to count, but I've asked for details about this, and I want to understand all the moving pieces of this. And I really thought that I would have more than what's in the packet here today.
All right, thank you. Commissioner West, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Now that we have this policy being put in place and we're moving forward, not retrospectively, but prospectively, has there been an effort to find out which of our residents would benefit from this? And then what does that process look like to make sure that they are also notified that they may have some tax relief?
That's part of the questions I think that we all collectively asked.
Yeah. So, and we don't, I'm just wondering if so my question is that moving forward, I guess? Or do we have a plan for that?
So we've identified the properties that are impacted. It's approximately 45.
Right, it's like 50 or something like, yeah, in that
Something
range.
like that,
Yeah.
yes. We're waiting for your action today, and now that you've given it, we'll come back to you not only with a draft resolution for you to adopt, but also notification,
Okay.
an application form, communicating to those folks. So all that's part of the next steps to move
Okay,
forward.
so this allows us to get the ball rolling?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
So you will have and see the math before this comes to the board for final approval.
There'll be a policy session with all that information for you. Yes.
Here, can we get a map of what what we're looking at?
Yes,
Can we
that
also
would
have
be
a visual of
helpful.
a map
Yes.
would be nice?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, and I think we're at a point, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Aye.
motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Gary, what's next?
All right, thank you. You're doing great, Commissioners. Thank you on your time. Next, Sheriff's Office Finance Work Group Establishment. This is a follow-up to a discussion you had on January 20th at Issues. I worked with Cindy Becker in my office. We prepared for you a scope of what the committee would work on and some questions we'd like your input on in an effort to move forward. So I will present this. There's a memo in your packet. It's posted online. So this work group would be it's an informal body that would share information and enhance understanding. The work group does not direct the work of any employee or department. It does not replace the county budget committee. It does not prepare the proposed budget. It is also not a bargaining forum. It's a chance to increase awareness, to discuss and to develop a common understanding of facts regarding key revenue and expenses, to clarify issues, to answer questions, to clarify misinformation as well. The membership would be proposed 2 members of the Sheriff's Office. Here's where I need your input. Who's selecting? 2 members of the Sheriff's Office selected by the Sheriff, 2 members of the Peace Officers Association selected by the POA leadership, 2 members of the Budget Committee selected by the Board of Commissioners, 2 members of the Board of County Commissioners selected by the Board of County Commissioners, 2 county finance staff selected by me, the administrator, and the county treasurer. The Office of the Administrator will staff this working group. The proposed meeting dates are starting this month, February, to meet up to twice a month for approximately 2 hours each session with an anticipated conclusion by April of 2026. So a very, very short time frame is a suggested timing. The county administration will work with the finance department and the sheriff's office on collecting data. And at the first meeting, we'll ask the work group, what sort of information would you like to discuss? So the group itself will determine future agendas of that meeting. So today, I'm simply asking, do you approve of this scope? Do you approve of who's going to select the committee members? And if so, if you would direct that, and then we'll come back to you one more time for you to approve the members of the committee. Because if you approve today, I have to reach out to the sheriff, the budget committee, and the POA, and then come back to you one last time. So today, simply asking for your input. Do you agree with the scope, the timing, and the who selects the committee members, or any other changes you'd like to make to this, please?
Questions?
I just say that this is what I was hoping for and anticipated, and I have heard support from everyone that shared anything with me about any sentiments about this, so I'm excited.
Go ahead, Commissioner West. I see you down there.
Thank you. Stretch for my light. Since we originally brought this forward as a board, I've had a number of conversations with entities that would be involved in this. I still support it, but my question is this potentially redundant from what already has being done by staff and being done currently right now? Can you tell me, Commissioner Salas, how you feel like this is not a little redundant?
There is a misunderstanding, as I'm listening to all the inputs, what the FTE are, what the vacant positions are not, or
Okay.
whether they'll be filled or whether they continue to be unfilled, what the vehicle requirements are, I mean, I'm just hearing, this is not Paul, this is just all the things I'm hearing, a number of things. And, it's clear even from our meetings about the levy that
Yeah.
everyone's got different numbers. And I think the numbers, we have a responsibility to the public to make sure that the numbers we're sharing, every elected official and staff have the responsibility to make sure whatever we share, especially publicly, is accurate. And I think that's the goal, is to understand if there's an interpretation that maybe an acronym might mean something, or let's sort that out, right? So we can get the common vernacular, the common everything, so we're all on the same page. I want to go into the budget in a constructive way to solve problems as opposed to having this unclear, I won't say controversy, but disagreements on what the numbers mean or what the numbers are.
Well, even in the last levy meeting, Commissioner Helm was asking about the all-in number, and even that number was potentially off by 8% because they hadn't done all the add to pays or even were there yet, but they presented us a number as if it was completed. So that's an example maybe of where it's like, well, wait a second, that 8% is a lot of money. And so there's been a couple. Now, I will say it appears that there's been a lot more collaboration and work with the CCSO and with all the other stakeholders involved. I will say the POA is super confused and in the dark, and they are definitely feel whatever policy decisions we're making up here, they're the ones who feel it, and that morale is really struggling right now with the POA. Budget committee, there's going to be 10 of us, and so having an understanding maybe is right there. I know it's a lot of work. It feels like it's more work piled onto already work that's being done a little bit, so I'm empathetic to that. And so I still support it, but to hopefully get more unity going forward on the direction we're supposed to be in. So it's maybe say, at the end of the day, we all have some baseline value systems and agreement that we're working from. And maybe that's been missing for a long time. And so hopefully that this might remedy that, even though this is probably a little bit of a tedious exercise.
All right, Commissioner Helm.
I fully agree with you, Commissioner West, but I think that by including POA leadership in this
Yeah,
is going to be
super helpful.
super helpful.
Yeah.
Because I think they should have been included before. I fully support this because I remember during the budget process last year how many timeouts were taken during the budget.
12-hour deliberation.
Right, because of the confusion of just simply the language, right? And we're trying to figure out what the language is and that we all understand it. I want to understand it better. So I fully support this, and I don't think redundancy is a bad thing if it's very clarifying, and I think it will be in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing nobody else has a comment. I guess I know this is something Commissioner Savas had wanted, and I did have concerns about duplication just because staff time and resources are really costly, actually. And but I also think it's important to try and get everybody educated as to what the numbers actually are. I do think it could have been done through the Budget Committee, but this still, I think, communication is really important here. The one change, and I thought about this a little bit, that I might suggest, and that would be, you have two POA members. There's also FAPO and EA that are part of the Sheriff's Office, and perhaps having one representative from each of those unions would be a good idea to make sure that they're at the table. If I was one of those other unions and weren't included in that, I might feel like we're not as important. And so, community corrections staff, really impacts everybody. So that would be my only really recommended amendment.
So we would add 2 more?
I would probably just do 1 POA, 1 EA, and 1 FOPO. That would be a total of 3 representatives.
So Gary, help me understand, percentage-wise, how many POA members are versus EA versus FOPO? I mean, I just not proportion. I think we need to be proportional. So I would be afraid to subtract. I wouldn't mind adding, but I would be afraid to subtract, knowing that a good chunk of the impacted staff here are the CCSO or POA members.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact numbers, but the majority is POA, maybe 75%. FOPO is the parole and probation, I think 40 or 50. EA is like 10 to 15. So I would probably say add 2, so for a total of 4, 2 POA, 1 FOPO, 1 EA.
I'm good with that.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, Chair, I move we approve the proposed selection process, frequency, and scope of this committee, and direct the administrator to return with a membership list for final approval and add a member of FOPO and a member of EA to this group.
A second.
All right, Commissioner Savas has moved to approve the proposed selection process, frequency, and scope of this committee, and direct staff and administration to return with a membership list for final approval, with an addition of 1 member from FOPO and 1 member from EA. It's been seconded by Commissioner Helm. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
Gary, what's next?
Thank you. So I want to be totally upfront. I'll work with staff to reach out to POA and FOPO and EA and the Sheriff's Office and the Budget Committee to see who's interested to bring it all back to you. I'll make every effort to do that by next week, but it may not happen by next week. I'll make every effort to expedite this, but I'll have to rely on them getting back to me. Thank you. Next, board business meeting agenda review for February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. You have public communication, a Board of County Commissioners consent agenda of 4 items, and that's it. A very, very short meeting so far. If you have any questions on any of those 4 items, if you'll please let me know prior to Thursday, and I will answer them or have staff in the room to answer them for you. You're making fantastic time, Commissioners. Thank you. Your last item is Commissioner Communications.
Oh, wow. All right. Thank you, colleagues, for helping move this meeting forward today quickly. And I'll start with Commissioner Communication with Commissioner Schrader.
Well, I'm going to make it short because I'm not going to have anything to communicate right now. I think we ought to move it ahead.
All right, thank you, Martha. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I spent this weekend working hard on financials for CCSO, more so this weekend on NCPRD and other policy issues on NCPRD, and doing research as such. And want to bring you up to speed on a couple things that I learned as of yesterday. First of all, last evening was the Region 1 Act. Was reelected, whether that's good or bad, I don't know, as reelected chair of the Region 1 Act. And Commissioner Jason Snyder of Washington County was elected vice chair. So those elections happen every 2 years. So that was pretty well unanimous in the sense that there was no other nomination. So proud to serve there. I will also say that we adopted 5 of the 15 allowed projects that the Region 1 Act, or all the acts in the state, will be allowed to submit. What's not on that list is I-205. What is on the list for Clackamas County is a Sunrise Corridor project. I think that's a good thing. I think there's a safety project on 99W and US Highway 30. There's a project in Washington County, the Rose Quarter project in Multnomah County, so on. So we ended up in a good place, but I just want to tell you that the struggle will be what the last 10 are. being divvied up around 4 counties. Hood River County being one we don't talk about very often, but definitely they were ever present. So that's a brief update. The other thing that I'm very concerned about, I got somewhat of a briefing on some of the potential bills that are coming out of committee under transportation, and I learned that one of the bills, basically, I would read and determine that it would be another means of directing any monies or hope of any projects that would build capacity or solve some of the bottleneck issues and some of the business needs out there that are adding to the cost of groceries, frankly, that are adding to the cost of everything because transportation is heavily distressed in this area as opposed to other parts of the country. So it's having an impact on businesses, having an impact on all of us. And as the freeways fill up and improvements aren't being made to get the flow to a minimum standard, people are pulling off the freeway and driving through our neighborhoods. I think that's why we got behind the I-205 project to begin with. Very concerned about that. And also rethinking about this strategy to eliminate a lane on 82nd Avenue, this bat lane thing, and not giving people a choice, really. Either be sit in traffic bumper to bumper on 82nd Avenue, or you could sit in traffic bumper to bumper on I-205. I don't think either of those are good choices. So more to come, but I am very concerned about legislation that would somehow change the programming away from building solutions towards making our freeways and our local streets safer. That's all I have, Chair. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner West.
Since we have time, I'll use it to talk about some conversations I've been having with other electeds. Yesterday, I had lunch with Mayor Keith Wilson at his request at Huber's Cafe in downtown Portland. It was nice to see that street, which usually is littered with tents, had none, not one. So that's improvement. Got a chance to get to know Mayor Wilson a year ago when he had lunch with me around the issues of homelessness, substance use disorder, behavioral health crises that we're facing in the metro area. Got a chance to get to know him a little bit better when I was chairing the task force with Lynn Peterson when we were looking at how to address the supportive housing services tax moving forward as a region, and having just a discussion about what is the best policy approaches to addressing this crisis. Mayor Wilson came to chat with me about a better regional approach to addressing this. He is having some very public opposition from his own council, and some tensions that are real between him and Multnomah County. It is my understanding in the next few days, we'll see if this transpires, but the media will be reporting that Multnomah County will be shutting down over 800 beds for services. We also just read in the paper last week that much of this issue around homelessness is being abated throughout the country, but it continues to escalate in our region, while other areas seem to be getting a handle on it. We are not. In our lunch, he was very appreciative and complimentary towards our success. He was clear that our model was different than the Housing First model that's been tripled down on by the state of Oregon much of the time, and specifically Multnomah County, and at times the city of Portland. And he showed me where they have made progress going in a different direction under his leadership on what he could effectuate as the mayor. And he is working very hard with federal and local law enforcement to deal with the issue of open drug dealing in downtown Portland, and working with the federal government and local government, law enforcement, whatever capacity is appropriate. He's working directly to send those that were shipped by other jurisdictions into Portland back to the jurisdictions they come from. There's some throughout the country that he has said consistently have their residents coming to Portland instead of dealing with them locally from other states. There is some of that. We talked about that. We talked about the need for the region to come together and his plan to help make sure that there is not an ease for which people can just publicly camp and enforcement around that. So he's been very strong on the enforcement. When he came to me a year ago, I said, to be a partner with Clackamas County, your enforcement piece first and foremost has to improve. And he came back a year later and said, Commissioner, we are improving in that matter, and this is where we have alignment, and this is where we can work well together. We talked a lot about the programming that we're building out throughout our county, talked about the recovery campus, the success we're having with different administrations regardless of political ideology, and how we're getting the job done here. He acknowledged all of that. I think he's trying to build an allyship between Clackamas County regionally, Metro and Washington County, those specific entities. Yes, Commissioner, he is asking for money too. Then at the end was the pitch for some money. They're going to face a $120 million budget shortfall. And here's the question that we're going to have to, and he actually asked me, and I'll bring up between the board, he goes, I'd like an hour presentation before your board. If Clackamas County will listen to me, Ben, will you go to your board and ask them if they will allow me to present something to them around why this makes sense regionally? That's our decision to make as a board, or even, I guess, really the chair to do. He is right. Like, Portland impacts the entire region, and we will actually, as Clackamas County, never have enough resources to deal with whatever comes over our 12-mile border we share with them. And people aren't pushing all their belongings up and down the street of 82nd, understanding of what county they're even in. He was apologetic, and I think maybe a little bit embarrassed that now Council President Dumphy had that situation widely reported in the media where they really dumped a poor woman into MacIver Park in our county. And you read the story, it's kind of a saga. It's quite alarming. It's
horrible.
It's horrible. What's really interesting is a month or two prior, when we were doing the Clackamas Village ribbon cutting, KATU came up to me and said, hey, Commissioner West, what do you have to say about Councilor Dumphy, basically blasting Clackamas County for dumping all of its homeless people into Portland? And my response to KATU was, I don't think we'd be so cruel to put any of our community members into such a broken system, but you should have Dumphy worry about his own backyard and not worry about what's happening in Clackamas. Then turn around a couple months later, there literally are dumping people into MacIver Park in our community. So he realized there's that tension with his board. It's a 12-member board, right? So we have Eric Zimmerman and Olivia Clark and Loretta Smith, normal people. Steve Novick is seasoned. Like, we have people like, we have Commissioner Ryan, I'm forgetting his first name. But they really do have a strong DSA caucus, Peacock Caucus they call it, that is driving much of the policy there. So if we, by any chance, happen to share our SHS money to help resolve a specific Portland issue, it goes into their budget, and then that commission, that council, is the one who has the purse string powers, right? So then we lose control of that money into Portland. But overall question is, how do we partner with Portland in a way as a region to understanding all of our health is dependent on, all of our success is dependent on Portland somehow being business friendly again, people feeling safe again, foot traffic increasing in that area, less chaos. It just seems to be a city of chaos right now. It's hard to even know kind of what that future looks like in Portland. There's a reason why we have the reputation nationally we do. So I think we should have that conversation. That's why I'm bringing it up. Continue to have I didn't know if I'd have this totally public, but we're all here. So this was, I think, something for us to talk about. So I see Commissioner Savas, you want to jump in, but
I just want to remind everyone that the agreement that we've got for the Metro HS is between the counties. Okay, number one. Number two is that a lot of the people, Portland's pushed a lot of their people out to the east side. some would argue outside of the city
Yeah.
into Multnomah County on the east side.
In Gresham, yeah.
And if they keep on spending the dollars, in a way that's not very effective, why would we give them more to do less effective work? So they've got a long way to do, a long road to hoe, not them, the county.
Right.
Because that's who's the signer of the agreement, to do more effective work, right? And have the city, it's like now a new party who doesn't have the contractual obligation that the SH Dollars is surrounded by, which is three-county agreement.
Would you agree, though, that the state and the region can never fully recover without some type of regional approach?
Well, it is a regional approach, but it needs to be, I think maybe they need to look at what we're doing and adopt some of those
We
changes.
Now, this is, and I quote, "Look at Commissioner West, I'm doing X, Y, and Z that totally aligns with what you guys have been doing, and I see it." And I said, well, yes, your presentation looks super housing first, and it also looks, he goes, listen, you can't always get everything that you necessarily want, but that's big progress, which it was. And they're admitting our success, and it's nice to be replicated, and it's nice to get the accolades of being successful. The hard part, though, is that council is super difficult to navigate. I mean, it took them, it takes them, I'll just say that it's messy. And so where is that? Where is that, like, we're Washington County and Clackamas County, where is our belief or our security to know that you also won't just set my taxpayer dollars from my constituents on fire like you have your own? And where can that be nuanced or used in a surgical way if we do get funds in a way that benefits the entire region, like no tent cities, no public camping, towards enforcement, funding those types of things, if that's even something we're gonna do. I do think, I have no objection to him coming and presenting his case that he's gonna be presenting to Washington County. He's asking Washington County also because of their success, and definitely wants to present, and that's maybe up to the chair. I don't know what the rest of the commission thinks about hearing his presentation. I think he was sincere in trying to build some reasonable solutions. I don't know. I can see, I'm skeptical too. I'm just conveying what came out of lunch.
I just don't hear you saying that he said Multnomah County. He needs to partner with Multnomah County.
Yeah, but he did say that he has real tensions there that aren't going to be resolved and are getting worse, and Multnomah County is going to continue to double down on the policies that aren't working, and including the damning report that's about to come out that over 800 beds are going to be shut down, our resources are going to go offline. And so he is trying to do more of our approach in what's working and less of what you're seeing coming out of Multnomah County. I mean, that's why he's looking for other partners, because his own county that he basically shares, a lot of real estate with and a lot of the region with, he's looking for partners that probably align closer to what he believes as a mayor is the right approach, and he's looking outward. And I laud him for some of the things he really is doing. I agree. Like, it's still not a big enough impact. There's still a long ways to go. There's no public trust right now. But he wasn't wrong in what he's trying to do. I also feel like that he's also a hyper ideological captured council and a county that he has a lot of tension with. So now he's looking outside to the rest of the region, is what I think.
All right. Is it? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And I know Diana Helm has something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm all about being collaborative with other jurisdictions. I kind of think they need to get their house in order first before they come asking for help. They see what we're doing and they see that it's working. And I've seen what the city of Portland and Multnomah County's been doing, and trying to simply house people has obviously not been the greatest, the most effective course. I don't have a lot to report, but I do have to ask, I was contacted by Leanne Thompson, who is the new treasurer for AOC, Association of Oregon Counties, and asked to serve on their audit committee. So I guess I need this board's blessing, approval. Tell me what that process is, Gary, so that I can say yes, that this is something I would like to do.
To serve on the AOC Audit Committee?
Yes.
Yes, if you could, make a motion to appoint Commissioner Helm.
Chair, I move that we appoint Commissioner Helm to the Association of Oregon Counties Audit Committee as a representative of Clackamas County.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner West has made a motion to appoint Commissioner Diana Helm to the AOC Audit Committee. It was seconded by Commissioner Schrader. Any further discussion?
I just want to say you'll enjoy working with Leanne.
She's
I'm
wonderful.
sure, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
With that being said, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you.
colleagues.
Did you have anything else?
The only other thing was that I got to go to Bend to see my new granddaughter and my children. It's always granddaughter first and then my kids. But yes, I got lots of snuggles in over the weekend.
All right. Well, my goal was to finish early, Gary, so we're almost there. So I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. Kind of responding to Commissioner West. I'd be fine to have Mayor Wilson come present, and I think it's always great to have a conversation.
I asked him for a tour. I need to see a little bit more of like what you're talking about, your successes and like where your modeling is. Maybe maybe myself or you should go on a tour. And then if we're both like, okay, come and just talk to us, maybe we're open to that. I think we're far away from being open to giving any money right now. I'm not even saying that at all. But I think this dialogue and relationship with the city of Portland is important and with other regional leaders, and we have good influence. So I don't know if you'd be willing to even do that. I can't.
I think so.
Get back to him and say
And
we'd
I
like
think
to set that up.
Gary knows we're extremely tight on money, so I
Yeah.
think that's a huge challenge right now, and we'll see more as we proceed through the budget. I think having a conversation is great. I'm happy to do
Go on the
that.
tour. I guess it might be a night shelter tour and some of the other infrastructure they've done.
Yeah, no, that'd
Okay.
be fantastic. The only other point I want to make before we transition here is that I know the board's received a lot of emails over the last week over the constituents regarding the Stafford area, regarding PG and Tonquin Road project. I just want folks to understand that we're having regular ongoing meetings with DTD, legal counsel, what we can and cannot legally do. So just want folks to know we're listening and we're looking into what our options are. So with that, I do want to move on to concluding our administrative issues and updates, and we'll now start our policy session on the board's strategic plan to receive updates on the implementation of our 10 strategic plan goals, which I'm very excited about today. There's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes on this, and I'm going to ask Nancy Bush, our County Operations Officer, to kind of guide us through the session. So Nancy, would you please come forward and kind of talk about the rest of today and then introduce our first session for us.
So, good morning, Commissioners. So I am really excited to be here today to give you this update. Just to kind of get everyone on the same page. We have, earlier this year, in July of 2025, you all came together and made some decisions and decided on the 5 areas, priority areas, which is safe, secure, and livable communities, vibrant economy, healthy people, public trust in good government, and strong infrastructure. And within those, you have 10 goals, strategic goals, that have been assigned to teams. And those teams have come together and been working over the last few months. And this is your first update. So before we get started with our first presentation, I kind of want to do a little bit of talking about how the day will go. It's going to be a long day, but you're going to get a lot of really good information. Within the documents, you will notice there's like big numbers at the bottom of the page. When we're talking about page numbers, it's going to be the big number. You'll see some smaller numbers. Whenever we are getting into a new session, I'll try to make sure I say what page we're on.
Great.
Because the packet is quite large. So I'll be trying to make sure we keep on track there. There are a few that are asking the commissioners some questions, maybe some clarification on definitions or some other questions. So between me and Chair Roberts, we'll make sure that we get through those. It's fair to say too, because you're meeting tomorrow about this, that you can say, can we talk about this tomorrow, and then get back to the team later. So I just want to make sure you know that sometimes we don't have to go through it all today. You can have some conversations at a later time. All right. Page 1 is your agenda. So you might want to keep that aside because that's going to be pretty important through the day. So first of all, we're going to have available lands. And that strategic goal is by 2028, in conjunction with our communities and partners, the county will work to increase available land to retain, expand, and recruit new businesses. Dan Johnson is here today to make that presentation. Dan.
Good morning, Chair Roberts and Commissioners. I always love being first. I'm not sure how this is going to go, but we're here to share some good information with you. First and foremost, I want to just highlight the fact, the members of our team, in fact, I went a little bit overboard and I deleted a lot of our PowerPoint for this particular presentation. I went a little extreme, including the fact I deleted the name of all of our participants. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned them today, one of which I'll be myself, and I'm kind of leading this group, this implementation team. We have Sarah Ekman from DTD on the group, Cheryl Bell, Jennifer Hughes, Jamie Stasny, Martha Fritzy, and Becca Taylor. Pretty diverse group of individuals there, various programs within DTD. Also within DTD is our Office of Economic Development representation, which includes Laura Edmonds and Steve Perkins. We're also working closely with Public and Government Affairs, which is Tonya Holowiecki and Trent Wilson. Emily Klepper is our board representative, and then Jody Cochran's been joining us and just applying her skills and her interest in on these various topics. I'm going to run briefly through the this report before you today, but I think I really want to draw your attention to this document right here, which is essentially, there's a schedule, we call our Business Lands Project Schedule, which really provides some detail and some clarity and really illustrates how a lot of these different topics that we're going to discuss today kind of intertwine. So action items under this particular, there are a number. First within those action items is when we talk about industrial lands and availability of lands, one is to kind of clarify what is the county's role within that. And also, we know Metro plays a pretty significant role within that discussion as they are in control of the urban growth boundary, the urban growth report. So basically, doing a deeper dive with Metro and our other regional partners. So step number one was essentially to work within our region, to develop a regional discussion, which is identified within your sheet or in the schedule as the essentially the WEA working group. This was a discussion that started last year with board discussion. Diana Helm, Commissioner Helm was a part of that originally at one point in time. Now is no longer a part of that, but is tracking that closely. That was a discussion that we started a regional dialogue around methodologies around the urban growth report. If you recall, the Board of County Commissioners actually you submitted comments to Metro raising concerns with some of the issues around the methodology for how they were qualifying adequate industrial lands. To ring a bell, for example, they were qualifying they were identifying the ability to develop lands of 20%, almost a 20% grade, which seems unreasonable to those who work in the marketplace. Essentially, that work is moving forward, and in fact is culminating with a memo from WEA that's been influenced and read and reported on by our staff, which is going to go in front of Metro Technical Advisory Committee and Metro Policy Advisory Committee regarding impact, regarding the urban growth report, and there's some asks that are specific within that report. There are some asks around convening additional economic development tables around lands, and there are asks to be clearer and more discreet and more honest about the availability of lands that we have currently now within the urban growth boundary area or in future areas. We'll be providing additional information regarding that. Second is kind of a look at ourselves. Our second strategy was really to look at, determine what lands are available within the unincorporated areas of Clackamas County. And that corresponds with item number 1 up there, which is the industrial site readiness work. And essentially, that's work that was consulted out and done by our economic development team, Office of Economic Development, and essentially is an analysis of 5-acre lots within unincorporated Clackamas County that have development potential and availability for development. We're going to talk about that term development here in a second, but I just want to I'm using it now, but we don't have to go into a deeper dive about that in just one moment. But and we've done that analysis. The draft is complete. It's out for review. We'll be sharing that with the board here. It's no big surprise. I think a lot of us already know this. I mean, there's not a lot of vacant industrial land or available industrial land within unincorporated Clackamas County. But I do want to highlight the fact that that work is going to culminate with work that we are also doing in looking at the city's available lands, which is actually on the back of your second page of your report. It talks about partnering with cities about development lands. Essentially, we're looking to go forward and we have the unincorporated data regarding lands that are available. We're looking at the city's economic opportunity analysis and what lands they may have available. So we have a complete picture, of the county and its available lands when we're talking from a regional perspective versus just an unincorporated perspective. And we've talked about those cities, and I want to highlight the fact that those cities are partners in these discussions. A lot of the lands that has availability right now are on the periphery of on the UGB, and so those lands are under city's control, and so it's our work to kind of work with them to bring these lands in and make them available or redeveloped. Next is a discussion around, and last but not least, we have two more things, but one is one item or study we're very excited about is this land suitability assessment. We've been talking about this for a number of years, and essentially just last year, we received funding from Metro as a part of their 2040 Planning and Development Grant process. We received $700,000 from Metro to go out and do this analysis. And essentially, this is an analysis to evaluate industrial development opportunities and constraints. Equally, constraints are important to understand of land currently within the Clackamas County urban reserves and rurally zoned lands inside the UGB to see what is available. And what those limitations might be versus what those opportunities might be. And that's an analysis. It's going to start, kickoff, I believe, here is in May. It's kind of what we're targeting. We're looking to get all the agreements in place to get the money transferred and consultants secured as well. Last but not least is identifying incentives and businesses, and you're going to see that as a part of the sheet as well. We are actively working with our Office of Economic Development to identify incentive opportunities for board consideration. We have a number in place right now, which are kind of regionally known, enterprise zones, things of that nature. We've had a recent discussion here with the board about CPACE. That was one of the tools we were looking to bring forward. We've kind of been asked to fast track that, which we're moving forward that process now. But we'd like to bring more of an assortment of tools and have a discussion with the board if they'd like to, or would have interest in implementing those further. We'll be bringing those forward for board consideration as well. You can see, some of the obstacles that we're dealing with within the report. We have a lot of coordination with PGA around the legislative sessions. It's the cycle of life. You saw in the last session, housing was a big issue. Now you're seeing economic health and vitality is a big issue. So we assume there's going to be something that might come out of this short session regarding economic development. We continue, whenever you talk about economic development and viability for industrial lands, infrastructure costs are an issue, and the availability and the interest to serve those lands. And I really want to take a second and talk about that word developable or development lands. They take a variety of different forms. You've heard terms like greenfield. Those are basically lands that are out rural in nature that are being brought into an urban form. They have higher infrastructure costs, things of that nature. Those are lands that we're looking at. We're also looking at lands that could be redeveloped or may not be at the highest and best use. And those are lands that have interest, maybe properties that are already have service to them or near them, but aren't at that level of use they could be. And I say that with a little bit of making sure that we're being respectful for the community that's out there that owns these properties. Why we may think their property may be able to develop higher and better, some of those businesses that are there, are meaningful businesses. You may have the small masonry business that's on a piece of property that may have some vacant lands. So we're really on the trying to be respectful of those businesses that we have, and not simply identifying them as an opportunity to have an expansion. And we're kind of wrestling with that terminology as we speak right now, but we'll put some more thought into that when we bring that information forward. So that is about all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about this particular strategic plan objective.
All right, questions?
Yeah, I have.
Go ahead,
All right, yeah. So when you're talking about working with the cities, are you finding more developable land out, like in what I call our rural hub cities, like Estacada,
Yeah, I
Canby,
mean,
those kinds of things?
You're seeing a lot of the economic opportunities, available land opportunities in more of those rural centers now.
Yeah.
Estacada, you're seeing it in Canby, city of Sandy has interest in that. But those aren't under the auspice of this metro and the urban growth boundary discussion that we have right now. So it's, those growth opportunities are in those particular areas, and discussions we're having more now are around in the Tri-County area. It's the Oregon cities, it's the Lake Oswego's, the Westlands, the
so more-
Tualatins.
still-
What opportunities are there?
Still more urban then?
Yeah.
Rather than rural?
Yeah.
But are we tracking the rural development out there?
Yes, and we're intimately involved in that. We're working closely with those cities. We've scheduled tours with a number of you out to those cities to make sure that we're sharing the message of this economic growth and vitality within our rural communities, and looking and connecting those communities with opportunities that come before us. We're sharing those with those communities as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Well, to that point, yes, we are looking at the outlying cities, but they lack the infrastructure needed.
Infrastructure,
So we're
yeah.
trying to also help them kind of cobble together the means, or like at least a plan to try to get them infrastructure where needed. But that's also something that DTD is
Yeah.
working on,
Yeah.
so.
Great. Commissioner Savas.
Well, a couple things. This might be the third land use study that we've kind of embarked on since I've been here. So I will just, reflecting back on, that work that's been done. I do have a couple questions. Question number one, what cities are participating? What cities are not participating?
Well, their effort to date is simply looking at available documentation and data they have about what they have deemed as their available lands. So essentially, they have all these cities have completed these economic opportunity analysis for their particular area, and we thought it was important to have some consultant horsepower go out and look at all of those opportunity analysis for every single city and consolidating them in a discussion, at least to educate us about available lands within their particular areas. So I wouldn't say that anybody isn't participating. I think cities, every city has an interest in where they want to develop and how they want to develop, but there's been no specific ask of them yet, beyond simply educating them about the work that we're doing about urban-rural reserves. There's some concerns about some areas. I think all of you know those areas that are out there. We all have our hot points and our points of interest. There's no specific intent to go target any of those, but it's more of a discussion on educating what possibilities may be there or may not be there, in all honesty.
Yeah, okay, the other one I wanted to, I won't say ask about, but just at least put on the table that I got concerns about is years back, 12, 13, 14 years ago, there was the grand bargain. Washington County got a great deal, and we were told by the state legislature, number one, we don't do land use here, Commissioner. And number two, this is the exception, and Clackamas County will be next to get a benefit for whatever legislative action needs to be taken. Well, that never happened. Instead, I'll call it the grand theft bargain, right, where we got land taken from us, right? And that acreage went to Washington County. So that's not lost on me. I want to put that out there. And I'm concerned now that I hear that potentially there might be another effort to do just the same again. So I just want to put that out there. You don't need to respond to that. The other thing I need to know, I want to get a briefing. Maybe I'm looking at legal counsel when I bring this up. I haven't not talked to legal counsel about this, but prior I have, and that is I'd like to get an up-to-date briefing, whatever the right format is, on the lawsuits, land use lawsuits related to. I won't name any names, but it basically affects the
Yeah.
5-party, 3-party
Yep.
type thing, right? So I know there's been a lot of movement since last time we got a briefing, but we are way overdue. I want to understand that. And also some misunderstanding, which I did get clarification on as regards to, is the Tonquin PG project on Stafford Road. Is that interfere with the 3-party agreement? And then the answer was no, it doesn't. It's not concept planning and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that when we do this, that we don't set off alarm bells and actually undermine our efforts, right? So I want to make sure that people know that we're being transparent and that we're working with and intend to work with, as opposed to whatever fears or things that might be perceived that might undermine this effort entirely.
And so to just 2 points, one, to go back to your original point about, I think what you're going to see, hopefully one of the deliverables that comes out of this effort is, what is our ask? I mean, really, in coordination with our cities, it's like, what is our ask for expansion and where is it at? And let's do a deeper dive in that and figure that out. And then secondly, it's great. Everybody's always sensitive to bring all these topics up. We have had great discussions regarding the concerns that are out there in the communities about available lands, and essentially what they've done is help educate us around buffers and boundaries around this project. We heard a lot of concerns about conceptual planning out in certain. We are not doing that. That is not our effort at all. You've got concerns around what areas are being looked at, and we're mindful of that, and we're keeping that in mind. I've had discussions with some people in that particular area about the fact that that the assumptions that were made about a certain densities in those areas may not be founded. I mean, based off topography you have, based off natural environment you have, knowing those areas. I mean, all of those are things that limit the ability. You can't have a 3-dimensional discussion on a 2-dimensional map, without knowing the area a little bit more. So, but we are very mindful of that. Yep.
Yeah, it can be a toxic discussion if it's not perceived and understood, our approach of what we're doing. So that's my concern. I want to make sure that we are sensitive to all those different competing priorities.
Yep. We are well aware of them, and continue to have conversations with folks out in those areas.
Thank you. Dan, one of the points that I see in here, which I can appreciate, is where your key available lands, both in the city and unincorporated area. And I think that's really crucial for us as we kind of look and move forward of identifying all those. So, I'm thrilled to kind of see that on there. I also can appreciate the development lands has many meanings, and providing clarity on that. The one question, I guess, a couple things, is it says there's one property over 5 acres that's ready development. Is that it?
There are not.
That is it.
There are not a lot. I can't tell you the number of times. There was a time, it was once a week. Hey, Dan, where's 5 to 12 acres that we can develop out in a certain, and I'm like, they don't exist. There are a couple that you can name here and there, but there are not many.
Yeah.
And you're seeing, and that doesn't mean there's smaller ones or but there aren't a lot. That report's going to illustrate that, or and that's okay. That means we know more about ourselves, and we know what and we can speak more to the region around what our needs are. So when certain entities come out and say, well, the region's got enough industrial land, it's like, time out.
Yeah.
Time out. The region you may think the region does, but here's what Clackamas County needs, and here's what our desires are, so.
Yeah, and somewhat shocking, really. I think the other thing that, credit to you and your staff, is that I've really appreciated these outreach to businesses, right? And many of you, this entire board was at Pacific Seafood. big organization that goes across the entire United States. Keeping them in Clackamas County is absolutely essential, and they were also looking at growth, right? And I know that we're working with them, but it really kind of comes back to this economic development and growth is really having a handle on this, and also how can we identify more or working more closely with our cities. So I think this is really beneficial. I'm really excited about it, and really ways that we can work with the city. So any other comments from my, yeah, go ahead, Martha.
Well, we're mentioning a lot about the nuts and bolts here, but have there been any studies done by our county on work sheds and where people are moving to and from and where they're getting the training they need? Or that doesn't seem
Yeah,
to be
actually, we do.
part of this.
It's been a while since we actually emailed it to you, but we do an annual economic analysis, landscape analysis. And what it is, there's a couple things that are kind of key deliverables in that. One is, identification of the key sectors
Right.
within Clackamas County. So, for example, healthcare is a big sector. There's a forum about that we're having, manufacturing, et cetera. And so that comes out, but also what's a part of that is there's comparison data regarding adjoining counties, so Multnomah, Washington, et cetera. And within that report, what we're seeing is the fact that Clackamas County is an attractive area to move a business to. Not saying the pros and cons about our adjoining, neighbors, but we are attractive. The nuance is where do I move it to? And just in the availability of land and what opportunities present themselves. And so that's why the value of this work educates that dialogue that we have about either one, here's what we have, or two, here's what we need in regards to additional land availability. So, but yeah, we are seeing an influx of people moving in. We are seeing wage earners going up. Those are all good signs.
Great. Thank you, Martha. Commissioner Helm.
Just one more quick comment. I just want to say kudos to you and your team. I know you guys have put a lot of work and a lot of effort into this, and I'm really excited to see movement forward on it. I will say that when I started on the WEA land suitability, or what was it called, inventory last year prior to coming on the board, early on in those meetings, we discovered so many parcels that Metro had identified as industrial land, and they were small parcels all over the place, and they were taking that aggregate and saying, there's all this land available. But it was lands that hadn't been touched in years. And so they were going to go revisit whether those should go back and be rezoned or go back to the cities. And it was very enlightening early on. And I know that Jamie's been keeping, and Laura have been keeping in touch with that whole process. And I'm excited to see the results of those soon, I think. So thank you for all your work. We really appreciate it.
And I had one last question for you there. Do you see any obstacles in completing your strategic goal, resources, staffing? I mean, our goal is to help you get to where you want to go. So, I mean, do you see anything that's going to prevent you?
We're fraught with landmines everywhere. I mean, I think, obstacles are going to take a variety of different forms. And I think, we're going to have concerns and questions about, we talked about infrastructure costs and what it costs to serve those areas. You talk about political desires from certain cities on where they want to grow and where they don't want to grow. You may have regional dialogue regarding, coordination with our other municipalities that deal with the regional boundary and trying to influence them to try to add more lands. There are obstacles everywhere, and we're just trying to thread the needle and try to get something. I mean, there's steps to this discussion. These are not simple problems.
Right.
These are difficult problems that we're trying to solve. And so, but what's great is this implementation team has kind of brought all those different areas together, and we are all getting aligned and kind of working towards one objective, which has been fabulous. So,
Good. Thank you. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, just one thing that comes to mind, I brought this up before, I'd like to bring it up again, because I really think it would help when you talked about the landmines, and I talked about the cities and how we work together to solve some of these problems. Just want to bring up the idea of something we did a long time ago. That was, we had an economic summit where we invited all the cities and some of the leaders. And if I remember right, it was at Merrillhurst way back. But I think, frankly, it's something that I've heard other mayors suggest that we have something like that, all sit down, and I think having it founded on an economic basis is being important, being mindful of both the business, economic, industrial, housing, commercial needs out there. I know they can sometimes compete, but I think there's a lot of mandates out there right now that really compel us to work together.
Noted. I remember that meeting at Merrillhurst, yep.
Great. All right, thank you, Dan. Nancy, anything else?
No, I
before
think we got everything. Thank you.
All right, so I'll turn to you. What's next?
All right, next we have the strategic goal of by 2028, the county will conduct a review of all development regulatory processes to minimize burdens, providing an effective and timely permitting process for the community. And again, we have Dan Johnson leading this team and will be presenting today.
Thanks so much. Still up here. We have the pleasure of sharing with you the results from this particular team. Next slide, please. I actually didn't delete all the slides on this, so you'll see we have a pretty diverse team doing a deeper dive into our various regulatory codes, inclusive of Cheryl Bell, Matt Roselle from our Building Services Program, Jennifer Hughes, our Planning Department, Becky Sievers is Development Review Engineering, Lindsay with Planning, Robert Gibbon with Septic, Michelle Amen with our Building Program, and then Pat Gaylord's our new Land Surveyor. We've got Public and Government Affairs. Also, we've got partners with Water Environment Services because our regulatory frameworks cross one another, and so we want to make sure, when you talk about your regulatory hats that you wear a variety of different hats, so it was important to bring them into the fold. And obviously board presentation, and then our internal auditor is a part of that team as well. We have a couple different strategies that are identified within this particular objective or goal. First one is to kind of conduct a review of the development regulatory environment that we have right now. And that review is actually has been complete. We have a draft report complete, and we are doing QA/QC on that report right now. And essentially, that report is being developed to clarify kind of what development review is, how these regulations were developed, discussion around, is this something we locally control, or is it a state-controlled thing? Are we being told versus something we adopted? Kind of where we have ability to change and adjust some of these codes that we may have. As you recall, we have codes that come down from the feds to the state, to local jurisdictions and Clackamas County itself that get adopted. So we do have some flexibility in some areas, we may not in others. The current status, we're hoping to have that we were hoping to get it done by March. It's probably going to be a little bit later. We've got a bunch of budget components going on into budget development as well right now, but we're hoping to get that done March or April, get that report finalized and submitted. Next, we really would we would love to conduct a stakeholder engagement discussion with the development community. We hear a lot of comments, some good, some bad, and we'll listen to anybody at any given point in time about the process that we have. But we'd love to do some sort of stakeholder engagement to really solicit feedback from those folks that are using our systems. If you think about our systems, this is all the way from a residential development to multifamily, et cetera. So it would have to be we're looking for a very diverse group to kind of meet and talk with us. We're hoping, although we don't have money scheduled yet, we are hoping to engage a consultant for that, get those focus groups started here in the near term, run them through approximately August of this year, with crafting questions for that focus group. They really strive to get clearer feedback about the processes we have. We have continuously had a directive and a desire to ensure that a couple things happen when we work with our development community. One is the fact that we kind of lead with empathy when we're doing development. We can't get to yes all the time. We have a regulatory entity, but to lead with empathy when we're doing this. For example, when I took over the department, some of the questions we would ask is, how many building permits for houses have you turned down like this month? When you think about that, it's like you just turn down a residence, which is the single biggest investment somebody makes in their life, and be mindful of that and be thoughtful about that. There are regulations you can't ignore, and I appreciate that, but be mindful of what you're doing and try to every attempt to get to yes. But be mindful of that when we're working with the development community. We are hoping, though, that we can get other feedback because our desire is to ensure that we have a known process that we have. They know, because when you work with the community of developers that are out there, they want to know time and they want to know money. How much is it going to cost and how long is it going to take? And am I able to theoretically achieve what I desire to achieve? And it's our objective to kind of make sure we're outlining that for them, but to get feedback from them to see if we are really doing what we believe we are doing, or if they have suggestions for improvement. Next, strategy 3 essentially would be to develop a summary report identifying areas for regulatory reform or improvement that would come forward to you for consideration. A lot of those I'm not saying a lot of those, but if you think about our regulatory framework, your biggest influence is mostly around our zoning and development code. You do a lot of land use. Notice you don't do a lot of building stuff because a lot of that's dictated by the state on what they do, but there's a lot of land use components. So there would probably be some regulatory discussions with the board about what you might want to change or not change. There could be other areas as well. For example, and I really want to highlight, this is work that's already underway. Just last week, we had a discussion with you. We had a second reading about changes to amend our lighting district rules and regulations. That district was established in 1970. Yesterday was my birthday, so that's basically when I was born. Just in all honesty, that's a long time ago. And they had never been revised. And we took it upon ourselves to do a deeper dive. We should have done it earlier, but do a deeper dive into those codes, amend those codes, and we're going to bring forward additional code amendments, corresponding amendments, maybe in our zoning and development ordinance or within our road standards or whatever it might be to move those forward. We also are working right now to implement Senate Bill 974. That was a mandate that came down from the state regarding engineering plan review and timelines associated with it. We did a lot of great work with PGA and our development team, namely Jennifer Hughes and some others, did a lot of great work to really get those timelines kind of synced up with other timelines we had in place. They were a little bit crazy when they first came out, but now they're essentially a 30-day completeness review and a 120-day issuance timeline associated with it, which is similar to our land use process, but we're implementing those criteria and those standards now. Wes, and I'm not here to speak for Wes, but I'm here to give kudos to Wes because you have just recently approved, or I think about a year ago, approved new standards for Wes that made things clearer and more clear to the development community, and the standards more able to be implemented throughout the totality of the district. They're looking to bring forward some additional adjustments here in the near future for your consideration. So. If you go to the next page, I think I just talked about this stuff. My apologies. That's all the stuff I was just talking about. I forgot to say next slide. Sorry about that. That's the stuff that's kind of underway. Next slide. I think that's it. Oh, obstacles. I forgot the obstacles. Yeah, this is great. We're working within the timelines. There are a variety of different things, and so we put some internal pressures on ourselves to get this stuff done sooner. Keeping in mind that the strategic goal says by 2028. So we've got to give ourselves some grace. We've got some time to get to that point. One of the biggest obstacles, just in all honesty, is the fact that is some rules we can, some rules we can't adjust. And we talked about that a second ago. And so it's really pinpointing where we have the ability to adjust some of those rules and regulations to incentivize or promote development. And those rules, they may be rules, they may be processes improvements, things of that nature. But just kind of finding exactly where those pressure points might be, may be fewer than we had hoped. So I believe that is all we have. Next slide, please. Yes.
All right.
I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Comments from my colleagues? Yeah, Commissioner Sims.
Not a question, just a comment, observation, Dan, as you were speaking and you referenced the code from 1970. I was thinking, geez, what did a permit cost for a home in 1970? And by the way, how long did it take, right? And then when I applied for my permit to do some work on my property in 1990 or 88 or something like that, I remember, writing a check for about $3,500, right? And I think right now that same thing would probably be about 10 times that amount of money, right? I didn't have an issue with the time it took, but it just seems worth noting that things were simpler and less expensive back in 1970 or 1988, and yet all the code changes you're talking about are top-down from the state that were making things more difficult, right? And here we are talking about how to make it simpler, yet we are adopting, so to speak, or adapting to all those state mandates. So to me, it's not just a conversation for us, and you know this. That's why it's a comment, not a question. It's more of a discussion around the state that's happening, and that the soft costs, the delays, all those things, all the things that factor into why things are more complex. And I know that it's goes without saying that someone comes here to build a home or get a permit to do a remodel, and they're overwhelmed with the complexity of it all, and they point at us. They don't point at the state when they come to our counter. But that's just a comment.
Wholeheartedly agree.
All right, Commissioner Hill.
I have a question, Dan, and I'm kind of backtracking a little bit on the developable land conversation. What do we say to cities that don't want to grow anymore? And they want other cities who are willing to grow and take up that inventory. Are they mandated to grow still? I know that I don't know with all the new rules coming out of the state whether that is still. I remember back in the Damascus days, we were required to have however many units per acre, and those were but no one in the state of Oregon had ever met those
You're going to make
criteria.
me a planner again. I can't remember all this stuff.
Well, I just wonder, I don't know what to say to those constituents who say, we don't want to grow, we're done growing, we don't want any more growth.
So that is a lot of I'll just correlate that to like the housing push we had last
Yes.
year. So that dialogue directly relates to like the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis.
Right.
And if you actually look at those numbers that are coming down from various entities, they have a housing total per jurisdiction, so per city and per county. They have it broken down by an economic strata that you're very familiar with, the less than 30, the 30 to 60, and the 60 to 80, and 80, 120, 80 to 100, 120. And they have targets for everybody. And they are working on deadlines for when those targets are met. So I think you're having more interest and more influence from the state and others to see development occur in a more balanced method. There's still questions out there. For example, well, what if I don't meet my objective? What does that mean?
Right.
And those still, I don't have answers for you on that, what that looks like. But there are specific housing targets that are on a lot of our jurisdictions that everybody has an interest in now. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Chair, can I just respond to that? Appreciate Commissioner Hill bringing that up, and I would say that maybe we ought to have a list of all the legislation, the bills that have been signed and passed our law today. And I know that if we had someone here from LOC, they would probably be jumping up and down and saying, about how their home rule or their charter has been somewhat obliterated, if you will, and now being mandated because of that, the states acted because some cities said we're not gonna do this. Someone else can do that. Now that's compelled the state to pass all these laws. So I'd like a list, frankly. Probably not part of this work, but I just love to see a list. Start out with HB 2001 and just kept coming. The 4 or 5 bills that I know that are out there that are now law that just basically forced upon state, the state kind of dictating how we address that or how we.
And what are the ramifications, right? Right.
I'm sure PGA probably has that list readily available and we can provide that.
And just a quick comment, Deanne, I think I just want to say how I'm impressed with strategy 2 and 3. I mean, to conduct stakeholder engagement via focus groups, to gather feedback on Clackamas County development process. I think that's just great. I think we need to be good listeners. I actually love that strategy. And then following up on that, developing a summary report identifying areas for regulatory reform and process improvement. I mean, those really stand out to me personally, so just want to say thanks, and it looks great.
Thank you so much.
If there's no other comments, I'll turn to Nancy, and we'll move to the next item.
All right, thank you. So next up is the strategic goal, which is on page 15. By 2027, in conjunction with our communities and community partners, the county will develop strategies to retain, expand, and recruit new child care opportunities. And Mary Rumbaugh from Health, Housing, and Human Services Director, and Dan Johnson, they are co-teaming to lead this group, so they'll be both presenting today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Roberts and Commissioners, I'll give Dan a break for a moment. How's that? And then he'll jump in. So excited to co-present on your child care goals. So Dan and I are co-leads. I think we're working really well together. We have a nice group of representatives from H3S, in particular, our Children, Family, and Community Connections team, who obviously leads a lot of work around child care, staff from Dan's shop, as well as Jody, our internal auditor, and Emily has also been supporting this out of county administration. So we have been meeting monthly since November, and if you have the implementation plan in front of you, we have met all of our deliverables thus far to date. In November, we were pretty aggressive in really looking at the data. So both identify the data we currently have, identify our partners for broad representation from different sectors, confirming our zip codes with a childcare need for families working in the manufacturing industry. So I think this goal is important in that, again, we're really focusing on developing strategies for creating new childcare opportunities for the manufacturing sector. That is our largest sector. And then assess what childcare is actually available. And we have some really actually interesting data to share with you here in a few minutes. And then our next bucket of work is to clarify what data we need, and I think this conversation today will actually continue to inform the work of the implementation team. When Dan and I submitted the report, we didn't identify necessarily any immediate obstacles, but actually since then, as the short session has started, I think it's just important to note that, like many topics in the state, childcare, early intervention, all of the childcare important continuum is really struggling with funding. So, as funding cuts happen for things like early intervention and the preschools and things like that, it creates that tension for people choosing sort of having, keeping their children at home and trying to find a job. So those are just some natural tensions that I just want to recognize. So I think those will be some of my comments throughout the day of what's happening with funding is going to impact sort of our ability for these goals. So I think we would like to walk through the handout that we have in your packet. That looks like that. It's like Andrew knows what I'm thinking. So the team worked really hard. They've been working really hard on all of this data. So I just want to, walk through and orient you all, and Deanna's going to jump in and help me as well. So again, our strategy is around new childcare opportunities in the manufacturing sector, and this really, sits within your vibrant economy. The large manufacturing sector in our region presents economic opportunities for living wage jobs that don't require college degrees while offering career development and advancement opportunities. As I've already noted, we've met many of the deliverables to date. So what we have at the top of the page is we have identified the 3 zip codes in which there is a significant manufacturing presence, but a low childcare availability. And so those are Clackamas 97015, Milwaukee 97222, and 97023 Estacada. So I'm not sure if that is a surprise or not, but that is what our data is showing us. We also, definitions and terms are important as we do this work. So the child care definition is, we are adopting the state of Oregon's definition of child care, which includes the care, supervision, and guidance of a child under the age of 13. Affordability. So this is an interesting conversation for us to have. So the U.S. HHS defines affordable childcare as costing no more than 7% of household income. And yet we actually know that based on current economics, most Oregon families are paying more than 17%. And so as a result, we're going to go ahead and just sort of not quite slice those two numbers, but we're going to look at affordability using 10%. And we'll explain a little bit about how that plays into the data below. The child care desert definition is a federal definition, and it's defined as less than one available child care slot for every 3 children within an age group. And so we're using this metric really as the bare minimum. And again, we're assuming that each of the households in which we've looked at this data only has 1 child. That probably is likely not the case. And then we have definitions for infant, preschool, and school age, and that does come into play when you begin looking at child care and where there might be a desert. There might be a desert within infant, toddler child care, but there might not be in particular areas for preschool, for example. So those are the age group. Do you want to jump into the next part?
Sure, yeah, and feel free to jump in here anytime because I think they're sick of hearing my voice. We are into the next part of this form, and essentially, I want to run through some of these numbers because one of the actually the great work to date with the group has been educating some of us who haven't done such a deeper dive on this topic into what the true numbers are when we're talking about this child care desert. So I'm going to start at the top. You see the population box and work my way right and then come back to the second row. So essentially, what that number is basically taken from census data, employment data, and those are the number of the population, number of individuals in those 3 zip codes that work industry jobs, okay? Not the total population for the area, but specific to that particular business type. We then look at the average monthly wage, and you have a low, medium, high component to that. That's taken off a wage report. I think that was secured through our Office of Economic Development. And then you look at the, then the question is, from that, within that group, how many of those individuals are what we consider family age workforce? So you go into that next category of taking the total population and wavering it down to those folks that are within the age of 22 and 44 years. Next is an estimate. We have to be honest with ourselves when we're looking at these numbers. It's an estimate using census data for these households on how many of those individuals are under the age of 12 years old. We estimate that off of census data for certain areas. Next, and I guess these next two are, maybe this is a discussion for the board about what our obstacles are, but there was just assumptions that we made when we're developing this data. And one of which is, if you take that number of households with children under 12, and you're assuming 1 child per household, the child care need in these particular areas is approximately 641 spaces. Industry current availability is approximately 140. Again, I want to make sure we are open and honest about this conversation. We are assuming 1 child per family, okay? Which gives us a minimum gap of about 500 slots available child care within this particular industry. Next is when you look at these particular individuals that are within this age group, we looked at kind of the earnings within those particular from low, medium, high. We also looked at the metro care costs associated with it, and so we also assumed within these numbers, and maybe we should go back and do a deeper analysis, but we assumed a single earner household within these numbers. So they're about as low as you can go, not knowing if they're double incomes or what they might be. We assume single earner. So what you're seeing in here is that if the Metro Care costs on the average for an infant, a preschool, and school-aged child. And then, last but not least, you're seeing, and this is the high earner affordability gap, not the low, but the high earner affordability gap, on what the amount is that they are theoretically setting aside for childcare, which is about 10% of their income, to the cost that they've got and what the gap is between those expenses and the revenue they make on a monthly basis. This was kind of step one for us to get our head around, around the problem and educate the discussion on the desert, in all honesty. I don't know, you want to expand on that at all?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna, it's a hanging chad, we're just gonna mic drop that and walk away. We're sharing that, this is our first update to you, to share the data. We'd love for you to take a look at the data in more detail now that we've talked about it. If you have, answer any questions you might have about it, like concerns, because I think our next step in this discussion is really brainstorming how we influence this. And there are different approaches. You've seen as extreme as kind of preschool fall nuances associated with Multnomah County, and all the way down to like individual business incentives that might be out there and what we might be able to do there, and educating ourselves about other opportunities that are out there. So, is there anything you'd like to add? No?
No, I mean, I would not look at this data and say, all is lost, right? This is our first step, is to do a level set of what do we know, and so I think it's once we know, then we can make move a strategy forward, and so. This was really our first bucket of work, and really our hope next would be that we identify a consultant to work with us to really continue to understand the industry assessment, similar to Dan's previous goal, where we really need to be working with the cities, and we need to be working with our partners like Clackamas, Workforce Partnership, our early learning communities, to really just begin to understand, again, the larger story, and where are there going to be opportunities or not, so that we are just, again, level set around you all meeting your goal, which is, the charge for us is to develop those strategies to retain, expand, and recruit. And so being able to be really articulate with you all about what is really possible, just knowing that there's just natural tension with trying to expand workforce while also assuring that there is adequate childcare, in particular for this industry.
Great. Well, we have some questions up here. We're going to start with Commissioner Savas,
Yeah, so,
Schrader, and then Helm.
yeah, so on this slide, I just want to clarify so I understand this. So the second box, where you have low, mid, high on the average monthly wage. So I'm just asking if the high is what you're referring to, the high earner in the very last box.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's people with about a $60,000, $70,000 income
Yeah.
annual, okay. And then can you enlighten me again on the second box on the lower row as to
To the right or the right portion?
where it says low, medium, high, 546 for the high? I mean, so what are we trying to say there exactly? I was following your math pretty well, but the verbiage threw me off.
So they're assuming the fact that on average, about 10% of that income is set aside is balanced among other expenses they have and set aside for child care.
Okay.
We think it's higher.
Yeah, even though our data shows that it is higher than that, but
Okay,
we had to start somewhere.
thank you.
All right, Commissioner Helm.
Oh, I think Commissioner Schrader was first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's all right, that's all right.
Done an inventory of what's available out there with places like KinderCare and at-home childcare, and you have a map of that, of where that is across the county?
A map, good question, but we do have that
Okay.
data. And it's a little bit of a moving target too, as you know, Commissioner Schrader, like there are childcare openings, and then there are those who are not staying open in business. So that's something we can do some follow-up as well.
Have you worked with the ESD at all? Education Service District to talk to them about what they're doing in their early childcare hubs?
Specific to the implementation team, we have not yet started those outreach with the partners because we're doing this level set. Obviously, those conversations are happening through, through our early learning hub and the work that we already do anyway. But yes, so that would be, in fact, I think your point is a good one, that ESD would be one of those potential partnerships that we would be identifying.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Helm.
So I'm going back up to the previous slide. So the affordability number has been up to 10%, which is what you're using as your guideline.
Yep.
But you're saying that most Oregon families pay more than 17%.
That's correct. That's what our data shows.
Why aren't we using that number?
We can. The story, it's gonna, I mean, because I think there is an average, right? And so we were trying to not go too low with the 7% because we know that that's not realistic. We can certainly rework this data with that higher percentage and sort of see then what the impact is for those high earners, those high wage earners, and what that next box, the high earner affordability gap would look like if we modeled it at 17%. We can absolutely do
Well,
that.
and the numbers are alarming already, so
Right,
even
exactly.
more
Well, and that's
alarming
what
if you do that. I know.
we're trying
I know.
to avoid.
I know. I understand. It's kind of a shock. Now, when you say obstacles, so I'm a little surprised too that regulations are not an obstacle, because that's what I've heard is one of the biggest problems with opening or starting a child care place in Oregon are the state regulations. There is a reasonableness standard that is missing from the equation when a daycare operator can't open a banana for a child or something simple like that, right? So I've heard that it's the regulations that are in place in the state of Oregon that is the biggest hindrance. But I don't know. I know you're just getting started on this and there's a lot of information to be had, but I would try to find out from people who have tried to start daycare centers and say they gave up and threw in the towel because it was just, there was so much red tape. Not that our kids should not be protected. Obviously, there needs to be standards in place, but when they've reached a level of kind of stupid, then you're like, okay, there's a reason why we don't have more childcare providers in Oregon. So I don't know if you can look into that just a little bit more too.
Yeah.
You're jumping to the end.
Pardon?
You're jumping to the end.
Oh, am I? I'm sorry.
you're
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
that's exactly it, because the question is understanding the problem first.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what are these options that we have?
Right, okay.
Is it representing these individuals down at the state and trying to get adjustments in laws and rules and standards? Is this something we're doing here
Right.
that we're not aware of?
Right.
Those are all things that we're taking a look at.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Great. Commissioner Saab.
Just quickly, just to add to that piece, and that is that while Commissioner Helm was talking about what the barriers are to people opening those businesses, they're the same ones that are driving a lot of them out of doing the business of providing childcare. So I know 2 companies that closed because of the regulatory environment. So it's just getting too expensive, and it's just out of reach for a lot of people.
It needs to be a profitable business. It has to be an actual profitable business in order to stay viable.
Correct.
It's also a difficult one to figure out what your role is in. I mean, not our role. And what we can do and what we can't do. I mean, and that's kind of really the deep dive we've got to really do between now and the next period we do our update. So,
Before I let you talk, I want to brag
I
about you
just
for a
want-
second. I had to brag. I know this has been a passion of Martha's for a long time, and I'm just thrilled to see it on our strategic plan and seeing this data. It's really helpful, and I do think it helps guide us and kind of next step stuff. So, anyway, Martha, I know you've been. This has been.
Well, one of the places that we looked with some of the larger manufacturing businesses who have daycare on site and see how they do it and why they do it, and information on how it affects, keeping people at work, being able to spend even a little time. But Daimler, for example, has a huge childcare piece, and how does it help retain people it might be another business way to look at it.
Great.
Great. Anything else, you two? Right, well, fantastic job.
I want to make sure your questions were answered. I don't think they all were. Do
Well,
you want to look at
ye-
those, Mary?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, this idea of, and we can certainly go back and, talk with the group about what would potentially a consultant look like and some of the outcomes, and then, potentially
Okay.
the cost and the funding identification for that. I do think this is collectively, it's again, a unique goal in which, DDD and H3S are working together because we're coming at it from different perspectives. So as Dan stated when we started, we're learning a lot, from each other as well, which I think is really helpful. This group is actually really passionate about this topic, and so one of the things that we didn't have time to do today, which is a much deeper dive of really just understanding, childcare in our community in general. So would just potentially welcome a future opportunity for a little bit more of a longer session to have that conversation. So just made note of that on our report to you all. So
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Savas.
Kind of building on, I know that Commissioner Schrader has mentioned this many times and even said here today about referencing, manufacturers, and it's here in this packet, we discussed it, encouraging them to consider it and everything else. But I'm just wondering if we can maybe find examples or talk to people or have a panel of people that are in the industry providing it separate from a manufacturing environment, just a child care facility, right? And people that have been in the business or still in the business and maybe why they closed their business, as well as the successes of those larger companies that are doing it in-house, like manufacturing and so on. It'd be nice to hear their perspective on the ground. My guess is that businesses that find it successful will be sharing with their cohorts and associations, and it'll take a life of its own where it's feasible as people see the benefit. But I think for us, it might be informative to understand the barriers firsthand about what they see. And maybe there's something we can do legislatively that can knock a barrier down or to soften the path. But their experience, I think, is, probably going to be the most informative for us.
great.
And I think, one of the thoughts I have kind of thought too is, as the county being, a convener of bringing people together, right? And as you just talked about earlier in your other, is talking to stakeholders, because I think sometimes there might be, this is kind of how I envision it, is perhaps some businesses that wouldn't mind going together, right? But they don't really, maybe this isn't their specialty, but if we were a convener and said, hey, look, would you guys be interested in this co-op childcare, and kind of figuring out how to come together and kind of being that convener to kind of see is this possible? Because I have heard businesses, they definitely are intrigued by it. I think a lot of times they get focused on their goals and objectives for being a successful business, right? But they're also care about their employees. And I think it's a big incentive for an employer to, have the ability for childcare or some connection with it. So, part of that is maybe also obtaining that information or bringing together the right people. It's kind of how I envision some ideas. But is there anything else that we missed,
No, not in this session, no. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, with that being said, it sounds like, unless, do you have something else?
So I was going to say, Chair, we can either do one more session now before lunch, or, because we still have some time, or you can break for lunch. It's really up to you at this point. And the next session is the Recovery Campus.
Yeah, let's see, what time is it? It's, how about we take a short, do you think we should power through a
I
little bit?
suggest you wait till 1 o'clock and stick to your schedule.
Okay. I know that's going to be a long session, so Ben's always got questions.
You think I make it long?
So,
30 minutes won't
so
do
we'll
it.
go ahead and just recess a little
Okay.
bit early.
All right, thank you.
And we'll be back. So with that being said, we'll be back here for our fourth update at about 1. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon session on February 3rd, 2026. Administrator Gary Schmidt, would you please call the roll?
Yes, roll call. Commissioner Helm,
Here?
Commissioner Schrader,
Here?
Chair Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Savas and West are on their way.
All right.
Commissioner Savas is right there, yes.
All right. Thank you. And Nancy Bush is up next. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we are continuing with our presentations for Performance Clackamas. The next up is the Recovery Center campus. That strategic goal is by 2027, the county will continue to address homelessness, mental health, and substance use disorders through the completion operations of the Clackamas County Recovery Campus. And Mary Rumbaugh is here to present.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. So this is not a new topic for you all, I hope. The implementation team, so we have a lot of tables set on this topic, but we do have an implementation team that does represent not only the sort of behavioral health perspective, but also very much the housing, job development, and really that continuum. And that's part of what I want to talk with you all today. But just really quickly, the implementation team has been meeting monthly since November. As you all know, the property has been approved to be rezoned to open for open space 1.1 acres and commercial 5.2. That was completed in October. I'm really just giving an update on what is in our strategic plan. There are weekly meetings with the project team. So Cindy Becker, as our project manager, is representing us with Fora Health, as well as the architect team. The purchase of the property was completed a year ago, and as you all know, we were just awarded $10 million toward the project specific to transitional housing from the governor's office. In fact, I do have a meeting next week with the governor's office about getting that money to us, which is really exciting. And while it doesn't completely fill the gap of the $44 million project, what it does do is it allows us to do the plan we put forth to you all previously, which is to obtain a loan and using opioid settlement funding to pay back that loan, including the interest. And we have a really great model for being able to do that and still have a little bit of opioid settlement funds left over, which is great. As you also know, the Good Neighbor group that Cindy and Fora Health are now sort of co-leading with support from PGA, they're meeting ad hoc. And the Recovery Campus Task Group meets every other month where we give updates to those are our partners. So we have our hospitals representative, first responders, peer organizations. That group will intensify as we get closer to the launch of the campus, just to really help inform us around some of the delivery stuff as well. And then one of the conversations we're going to have this afternoon is really around the Recovery Campus flow. And so we're starting to work to identify the partners who we really need to be sort of the reference, as well as to receive participants as they work through the continuum of care within the campus. So that's a lot of progress to date. Of course, some of it had already been happening before you identified this as one of your strategic goals, but it's, I think, helpful just to summarize it all in one place. Really no obstacles to discuss other than we have a lot of tables set on this particular topic. And so I think one of my responsibilities is to, and we certainly don't have all the same people, which is actually, I think, good because we want a collection of good ideas. But we have a lot of tables set. And so I think making sure that we are really connecting across those various tables and making sure that everyone who wants a seat has a seat. So I think we've done a really great job. People are obviously very, very interested and supportive of this project, especially our partners who will, the folks that they serve will benefit from that. And I think, before we begin talking about the flow, again, one of the things that I just want to, I think, create an opportunity to highlight is that the goal, the specific strategic goal is really about the completion of the recovery campus, which we know will be on track for 2027. What I don't want to lose sight of with this particular goal is that a recovery-oriented system of care is exactly that. It is a system of care. So as much as I want to make sure we are meeting all the deliverables specific to the action items in our plan, I also want to create opportunities, and the workflow, I think, will help talk about that a little bit. I want to make sure we're creating the opportunities, that we understand what are all the needs that sort of begin identifying people who need part of that continuum, and then what are the services and supports long-term. As we all know, in particular, recovery from a substance use disorder is not a straight line. And when you then add, trying to obtain work and really maintain your housing, it's complex. And so as much as we're going to celebrate when the recovery campus is done and we're going to do lots of pats on our back, we really do have an opportunity for this county to create a continuum. So that's part of the dialogue I'm really hoping to have with you all today. So couple of things when we're ready. I think we can talk a little bit about this flow. This is sort of just an initial, this is a Cindy brainstorm, Cindy Becker brainstorm. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and then I'll have a couple of other items for discussion. Does that sound okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So the way that we're really trying to talk about the design of the flow is, again, no, it's not a surprise. We're going to have recovery campus services and supports there in the center, and you have all heard this. This is really about a continuum within the campus: withdrawal management, residential, transitional housing, outpatient services, and then additional supports like peer services, job education, training, possibly education, really lots of opportunities. But that's not, the idea is that this is not just, as much as it's a lot of things are here on campus, it's not just a one-stop shop, right? We're gonna have to understand the continuum. So we do know that we're gonna have an array of partners who are going to be referring to for that sort of initial intake and assessment. And why this is critical is because there are a couple of different front doors that people will be able to come into. Not everybody will need to come into withdrawal management. Some people may have already done some of that work with another provider, and really what they need is that outpatient program, that we're the most convenient for them to come for outpatient services. So obviously, individuals can self-refer, their families with their support can self-refer. We're meeting with those providers like our hospitals, like our other community-based organizations, where they may identify and be interacting first with an individual who's struggling, and they become that referral for that individual. And then, of course, first responders are also a critical component. We really do, given the opportunity, when somebody is ready, we really want folks to come to the campus if they're struggling, especially with an addiction, but come to the attention of law enforcement. We much rather them come to us than the jail or the hospital. And we have some work to do around how do we sort of create, sort of that on-demand capacity. So that's going to be something we have to really think through. And then, there will be other ways that folks get to us. Folks will, again, work through the flow of treatment within the campus. And then obviously our goal is always that they're returning to the community. And during that time that they've been there with us on the campus, they built that, what we call that recovery capital. So they've got the skills that they need, but we know that they need they need some of that external support. So housing, the transitional housing is critical for us for success of this project, but ongoing, low barrier, low income, supportive, potentially ongoing recovery housing is key. We want folks to be seeking ongoing education or support. We want them to be connected to their community, right? And peers really are individuals with lived experience. They'll be able to actually walk alongside even longer with these individuals. So we want to connect people with peers who've done this crooked road and can really help them, keep moving forward and not backwards. And then obviously ongoing health care for just not only the physical health. We know that folks struggling with mental health and substance use have higher, rates of also other health type incidents. So that's sort of what we're envisioning, and really, if you all like this, if it resonates with you, certainly open to having some edits too. This really then creates a little bit of our framework of how we're thinking about how we're educating and talking about what the flow for the Recovery Campus will look like. And I think could also, as one of the topics I want to talk about is really, it's come up a couple of times, the desire to have a larger community meeting with the local, the neighbors and the businesses in that area. I think this could be a really nice visual to help folks think about what does it mean if they have a loved one, who's going to access these services. So I'm going to pause right now.
Right. Questions? Commissioner Savas, I think, had his hand up first.
Question. I just want to understand, as I understood it, we're going to build it, and then Florida Health is going to operate it,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
And I really appreciate this flow chart. Really has answers a lot of my questions. And so because they're going to operate it, they'll be the ones that are going to be looking to recover insurance funds and, Medicare, whatever the provider is.
Correct.
That's their work, it's
Yep,
not our work.
that's
right?
correct. That's correct.
So, from your department, right, the county's role, once it's up and running, what will all be our role?
Well, the property and the building is ours. The buildings are ours, will be ours. And so we will still have really that good neighbor role. We will also some of our divisions will also refer and or be helping care coordinate some of the participants. So they'll be maybe known to us through some intensive care coordination, and the care coordinator is going to be the referent, and they're going to see them through. We also receive very small, maybe the state will change this, funding for folks who are uninsured, and we should expect to see, actually, unfortunately, with changes to Medicaid, that population growing. I don't know that the budget will grow for that. So we will have also likely, not likely, we will have a formal contract with FORA for their services because of other funding that we have available. So I think we'll have both a partner, but we'll also have a relationship with them in which they're part of our provider network.
Yeah, and so when I look at the flow chart, if you want to call it that, you call it the Recovery Campus flow, and I look at families, providers, we're not listed there, but we're actually there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we
Yep.
would be a blue bubble.
Yep, and we could add ourselves.
Right, thanks.
I can do that.
Commissioner Home.
Yeah, Mary, tell me how the other buildings that are either built or going up, like the Caring Place and the stabilizations, how do they work with this? If you can just explain that flow to me as well.
Yeah, so, Caring Place is part of our larger task group, and then, we've started adding stabilization center participants, our providers there. So we do see, that's gonna be actually a larger map for us to do, Commissioner Helm, because there will be referrals potentially back and forth. So again, somebody who gets referred to stabilization, and we also know they have a substance use need, we can then, within that, 23 hours, hopefully refer them to, for example, to withdrawal management. We expect Caring Place to be a really important connection for us for folks who need sort of support around sort of ongoing stabilization for, potentially the housing. We'll talk about affordable housing a little later today. So we have those folks at our table to talk about what is it gonna look like. And frankly, we've had some early conversations, and I think both Cindy and I have been a little hesitant to go too far down the design because we were working really hard on the funding piece. Now that plane has landed, it feels a little bit like, we still have to focus on the funding, but I feel like we get to now focus on some other things. So yeah, they're a critical partner for us as well.
Okay, and then one more question if
Yes,
I
go
could. Gary, I know that we've had a couple of calls and/or letters from Les Poole. Did he ever get back to you with specific businesses that are concerned?
I emailed Mr. Poole at your request, and he did not respond to me.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wondered, because if it was general in nature or if there were specific businesses that we, offered to go talk to and stuff. So I just didn't know if you had gotten a response. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner West.
Thank you. And that, some of this has already been a little bit talked about. In that other bubble, does that, like the stabilization center that also has 90-day respite housing, is that all the other things within the care continuum? We're even talking about, I would assume, the large outpatient clinic that we're about to have the grand opening on. Those are also
Absolutely,
inputs.
yeah.
Everything that's already within the large care continuum.
Yeah.
The caring place potentially, there's all these things.
Well, and to acknowledge Commissioner Savis's point, so Fora Health, they will be on insurance, they're on insurance
Yep.
panels. So they're our largest CCO, Health Share of Oregon, we have Trillium, we also have, they'll have private insurance. Those are also referrents, right? So somebody calls and, they're like, oh, there's a provider here right in your neighborhood, go to them. So, we really we won't control their front door. The conversation, and we had this at the policy session, where we are gonna be protective is the transitional housing. So again, because Fora is a Medicaid provider, they can't say, oh, you're in Washington County, you can't be served here. We can't limit it to that part of the continuum of services to just Clackamas County folks. That's just not the way that providers who are on insurance panels can do that. But we will be able to do some protecting of the transitional housing piece, which I think is, again, really critical. And our goal, and we've had some conversations about, what does it mean if we, sort of potentially offer up the opportunity for other counties to sort of, invest into our, into the recovery campus, which I think, was Chair Roberts' creative idea. All of that is good with the caveat that our goal is always to get them back to their community, right? So some of this really makes a lot of sense when we're thinking about it from the lens of a Clackamas County resident. And then for others, we're gonna do our best to then get them back to where they came, assuming that that's where they want to go, right? This is very much people need to make choices for themselves. So yeah.
So, Mayor, I think it gets back to the conversation I brought up earlier around the city of Portland with Mayor Wilson about this region. It is a regional approach for sure, and then helping people have that warm handoff back to their own community, if that's what's best and works out for them. I agree with that. I didn't, and now all of a sudden my thought just escaped. All of a sudden my question just escaped my brain here, which happens. One question I do have is when we talk about, long-term, can you talk a little bit about the long-term recovery opportunities for those recovery services? So we have 16 detox beds, everybody that is mandated by the federal government, that number, 16, no more.
Yep.
We won't get into that again, but that is a thing for reals. It's been a
really
thing
is.
for a long time that we want to change, but that's not the conversation today. Then there is opportunity for long-term, like medically focused recovery on the campus also that is really unique to the region. Can we speak to that a little bit and what that looks like?
Are you talking more about residential or?
Yeah,
you're talking-
residential
yeah,
care
yeah,
treatment.
Yeah,
That's more long-term.
Yeah, and I think long-term is a little nuanced. And again, the reality is the provider is going to also be balancing to medical necessity and what insurance will pay for. And what we also know from the data is that individuals stay longer in residential than they need because they don't actually have transitional housing. So I think the reason this project is actually really unique and exciting is we're trying to turn the tide. So some of the early, or some studies in 2024 by the state of Oregon really said, we have to have, X number of withdrawal management and residential beds, and most of the providers said, actually, if we could have the back door of transitional housing and with a recovery focus, we would be able to really truncate the period of time that somebody's in that higher level of residential. So I think that is a theory for us to see if that is actually the case.
Perfect. Two things. One, we're talking now about funding for a shelter that we've been able to free up some funding for our first low barrier shelter. So that we're just starting that. That's exciting. We're getting more and more away from expensive hoteling as we build out the
Correct.
system.
Yep.
That's fantastic. I'm guessing the shelter is also an input potentially to the
Yep.
campus. But then we've spent so much money focusing on permanent supportive housing later in the care continuum, and gobs of money throughout the region with that being the focus through the Housing First model. How does, with in mind that we have those assets that we've invested in that later piece, where do you see the transition happening from that stabilizing piece, that transitional housing piece, then into permanent supportive housing? Is that off the campus for PSH? Or is that maybe phase 3 or 4 into the campus where we also include it?
I think both. I mean, I think because we haven't landed on the acreage that we haven't decided what we're doing with. I think that is the conversation and the opportunity. And frankly, even if we were to land with permanent supportive housing also being on campus, we still need to continue to develop what we're doing on other permanent supportive housing. And for some individuals, that's not going to be what they want. They may want to separate from,
Totally.
being on campus. So again, that's why a continuum becomes, just so critical.
Okay. I think we talk about this all the time, so I think
Yes,
that's
we
all the
do.
questions I have right now.
Yeah, just a couple comments. And first of all, of course, Mary, thank you for all your hard work. This is really incredible and exciting for the board. And some of the things that I think are crucially important, just kind of speaking is, and looking at other facilities, is that pipeline into the system. And long before doors open and stuff, ensuring that there's adequate kind of training, here's the resources, personal healthcare providers, counselors, and, whatever kind of plan that is to help us get that message out, which you brought up, like the Caring Place and those other ones. So I think just kind of saying that, I think that's absolutely crucial. And you have a lot of the other ones listed there, which are great. I think that now looking kind of at the other end, right, you kind of have your income and your outgoing. And one of the things that I think is critically important is what that data collection is. And now recovery is sometimes hard to capture, right, and quantify. And for example, in CSAP, we kind of had the, hey, 2 years without a kind of reincarceration and so I think having the discussion, kind of how do we measure that, and what is, and relapse is also part of recovery, and I guess trying to make sure that as we get closer, ready to open this, kind of your thoughts on capturing the best data so that if we have to be nimble and change or extend something. And one of the comments I always heard was, some of the other treatment providers had a 30-day program, insurance would end at that, and they call them spin dry programs, right? And people sometimes needed to stay longer, and wanting to make sure that we're constantly kind of evaluating, what is that period of time to make sure that we're kind of setting them on a successful glide path. And I don't think everybody is the same. Some people can probably get through a treatment program faster than others. So I guess trying to be nimble on that and really just kind of how do we kind of track our success. And so those are just thoughts I have, and I know that's a lot detailed down the road, but it's one of the things I think is really kind of important is we kind of have to report back, to others, how are we doing, and what can you say that kind of shows us we're successful.
Well, and I think that feedback is really timely, Chair Roberts, because, one, we're going to be meeting with the governor's office next week to understand the parameters and what we will be required to report back to them. I also think we are inviting Fora Health to our February implementation team meeting to help them think a little bit, help bring their perspective to our flow as well. And I think starting with what are they already collecting, whether it's because they know that's best practice or because Medicaid requires them to do. And we could bring, Cindy and I could bring that back with one of our regular updates to you and say, hey, this is already what we'll be collecting, but what is missing? Because this is the time to really design it before we get sort of entrenched with exactly the way the contract's going to read. So actually that conversation is really timely.
Great. And my last comment, and which we've had discussions about this before, because it's really complicated, because often they have dual diagnosis, some sort of mental health issue along with addiction issue. And when we're looking at that, how does that kind of flow in the campus, right? And obviously, that's a big issue on the state level.
Yeah.
And kind of what recommendations do we have, if they're, and what kind of level of care do they need? And so part of that discussion, I think, too, is having that upstream so that when we do open, we're kind of aware of like, okay, here's our game plan, I guess, as we look at helping provide services to that population. So.
And I think, when we were really advocating for the initial 10 million, really what the state ended up doing was investing actually in more mental health residential treatment because of the challenges at the Oregon State Hospital with folks under aid and assist. And so in some ways, the investment, it's not right in our backyard, but all of that continuum is accessible to us. So that ability to again, be a place for somebody to be assessed and for us to wrap our arms around with them sort of what their needs are. And if we're not ultimately long-term, they don't need our addiction residential, for example, but they actually need mental health residential. Right. Now there is actually going to be more capacity in the system as well. So again, continuum of care.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know we've talked about this, so thank you. I think I have Commissioner Savas and then Commissioner West. So.
Something that Commissioner West raised that triggered a question, and that was when we talk about hoteling and so forth, and not necessarily the cost, but when we built the Veterans Village, we adopted a model in which we allowed up to 24 months, I think, of if they needed it, and after 24 months, if they had to move on, if they couldn't, adapt, and maybe there was a substance abuse issue, maybe it was PTSD, maybe it was other things, right, that wasn't necessarily related to substance. My question is, knowing even in the hotel model, in a transitional housing model, so to speak, that we allowed a similar time frame, right? For people that they would be eligible for that, they'd have to get their stuff together and go back into society, so to speak. Is that time period apply here at the Recovery Center as well? Because it's a shorter one, as I recall, right?
It is. I mean, I think when we have originally envisioned it, we thought about it as a 6 to 9 months, but we've also just sort of said we don't want to put arbitrary sort of, deadlines around that. That's not really the way recovery works. And so I think some of that is going to be the data collection and our understanding of sort of what the sweet spot is with some ability, because there isn't anything driving. There are some, there's nothing around like administrative rule that's driving that for us, luckily. And so that ability to have a sense, like we don't want people to get stuck, right? This is not their permanent home, but we also know that maybe some people are going to be ready in 3 months because they actually have a supportive home to go back to. Others who are houseless, it's going to take us longer to find the next right thing for them. So, but I think when we've talked about it, Commissioner Savas, it's been about our vision is 6 to 9 months.
Okay, great. And I think your comments were spot on to what I think we all thought, that the determination of what we do of the existing parts of the property the Recovery Campus will not be on is opportunity for, something like that longer-term transitional housing. Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
West.
Yeah, I think it's important that if we're going to truly be patient-centered and the approach are client-centered, that the care is tailored to the timeframe the individual needs. And we have to make a call depending on where that individual is and not be arbitrary in our timeline. I think that's an essential thing we've always said since the beginning. Often, Chair Roberts, we've talked about the 90 days you're out, or like you said, the rinse and repeat type of services, and it's better than nothing, but there are so many new things like fentanyl that are absolute game changers where you have to do the best you can with the resources to get it right for the individual. So this is just being in that core belief system that we're patient-centered in our approach and tailored to their individual needs. That to me is essential. Couple things. Since the state is really stepping up to partner with us, 2 questions. I'm going to start with the more meaty one is aid and assist is a big issue. We still haven't found any real locations. We've looked at some different things. We've talked about some different opportunities. The state really also has a crisis around this area. We have room potentially, maybe in what we're already developing, or maybe to build something specific to that population's very unique need and the higher acuity in which they often present. Is there conversations with the state about the aid and assist population also on this campus, or a spot directly for them, or we expand a facility to have a wing or support for that, or a floor that's secure, that's well monitored and totally appropriate for those individuals, and they're incredibly difficult to manage and they're incredibly vulnerable at the same time.
Right.
And how do we get them through this legal process so that they can aid in their own defense, right? And it's a tough situation, often because of different legal issues. We know they end up back on the streets. We haven't had the same issue in our county than others, so with that caveat, I don't know if you could speak to maybe being creative a little bit about that population on the campus.
I think it's a good conversation. I could see more likely somebody where the judge has ordered them into community restoration and they have a substance use disorder being, just like anyone, having then a direct referral to the campus. I think somebody discharging from the Oregon State Hospital, they've already received a lot of active treatment. So I think it's that sort of door is a question mark for me. Is it that they actually just need some of that transitional housing and that becomes their front door, or they actually have housing but we become an outpatient provider for them? So I think we're certainly not going to solve for the crisis that we have with aid and assist, and we're doing other things like our investment with behavioral health housing, with Transcending Hope. They now have 3 homes serving aid and assist. But I think it's actually a good conversation. I also think that Dr. Pinels, the neutral, her title has now changed. She was the neutral expert, but she is also convening a group, which will have likely somebody from our shop attending to talk about how best to reinvest the fines that the state of Oregon is accruing daily for not meeting the requirements for folks to be admitted to the Oregon State Hospital. And there's a real opportunity to do some reinvestment in, again, a delivery system, so folks either have a place to easily discharge back into the community and or community restoration. So.
And I know that our numbers aren't the same as everyone else's, and how we've been able to manage it is different.
Yeah.
I just think if there is infrastructure capabilities, I don't know if it's an add-a-floor, I don't know if it's here's a specialized wing, and I don't know with the normal transitional housing if they should be with the general population or transitional housing population, probably not. But is there the state's been helpful to us, and we are aware that we're having to deal with this sticky wicket of a situation. Is there a place where we can show flexibility or willing to have a conversation with the state on addressing that need?
Sure, I think we can add that.
And then the other thing we have always, one of the things that Commissioner Schrader and I noticed when we went to New Haven for Hope and saw their campus is and I know, I don't see anything about this, but often a barrier for people to get into care is their furry loved ones.
I know, it's on our list.
It is in this, some type of place that's engages them still with their pet if it's appropriate and screened, engages them with their pet, and maybe even some therapy around working with their animal, but they also get to help care for it in a spot on the campus where those individuals are kenneled. Now, we can't take probably peacocks and alligators and whatever else they may have, but dogs and cats maybe, or dogs specifically, to help people if it's appropriate in that type of setting. And I'll let you answer, but are we still considering that? I didn't see that today. And what phase would that be in?
Well, so Cindy's done a lot of research, including sort of talking with dog services about how maybe could we partner so that dogs really aren't surrendered, but they're in a safe place. But then participants are volunteering. So this is important. This is an important topic, and yeah, this is not necessarily on this particular strategic plan, but it absolutely, those multiple tables we have said, that is absolutely a task group conversation we've been having, and Cindy's done a lot of research. So more to come on that.
One last thing. One last thing. I promise.
Okay, we're 7 minutes over. Just
Okay, sorry. Sorry. One last thing. So because we're talking about the more medical side of this approach within the campus, I keep bringing up, I don't think it's on any of our plans yet, any beds for Nobody Dies Alone in Clackamas, so hospice care. I don't know if Flora is able to help us with that, but conversations around, it's probably not a large number of beds, but I can tell you I know what it's like to have somebody in your care and they die and you're the only one in the room as a nurse.
Yeah.
There's no family, there's no friends, and if I wasn't in the room, they would have died alone. And so a lot of these people who die in our streets or don't have access to that are dying alone, and I just don't want them to die alone. So I don't know if we have any beds potential within the medical piece or working the Florida plan around hospice care for this population.
I'll bring that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that being said, if there's nothing else, Nancy?
No, I think we're good.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you
can
very
do some
much. We'll
follow-up.
go ahead and move on to the next one. Nancy, what do you have up next?
Thank
that's
you.
all right.
All right. Up next, we have Sunrise Corridor. And Dan Johnson's coming up
Do we get a hat?
to give this
Hold on.
presentation.
I'm getting ready, Dan. I'm getting ready for the NIST.
That's Jamie.
For the public who's watching, we have little hats that have the Sunrise Corridor patch on them.
You too are part of the coalition.
It kind of matches my outfit.
I'll quickly read this. I'll read the strategic goal real quickly. Sunrise Corridor by 2023, or 2030. Funding for the next phase of the Sunrise Gateway Corridor Highway 212 project will be committed from federal, state, regional, and local funding sources. Dan Johnson.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Roberts. Commissioners, we are here to talk about this very important goal, which has been a goal for this commission for a long, long time. And next slide, please. There's the goal right there. Before I get into it, I guess I just want to start by the verbiage on this was really interesting. And it's funny, I was having a flashback with Marv back there about the whiteboard exercise we did to figure out what next phase is. And it was an extensive discussion, a thoughtful discussion. It was an interesting discussion because Jamie was away on vacation that week, so she was very frustrated when she came back. But I just want to just plant that seed because we're going to talk about that here in a second or so. So next slide, please. Just a quick, there's a lot of moving parts as it relates to this particular objective the board may have. But I just want to highlight some of the things that have happened through the good work of Jamie Stasny and her team and our planning group and just a lot of people that are really focused on this board goal and objective. The Board of County Commissioners, you accepted the vision plan and that work wrapped up. That was the money from the legislature that was allocated towards really getting out and working closely with the community. That plan is more than the road. It's the community, it's the coalition, it's the interests around that. But in addition to that, we were awarded through staff's great work, regional flex funds in the amount of $12.5 million. We were able to strategically place the project in a very competitive manner, the secured funding from Metro. And we'll talk, we'll talk about that real quick. So what does that mean? Those dollars essentially were authorized in July of 2025. From Metro, and essentially we're going to look to take those funds and advance what they call a NEPA reevaluation, National Environmental Policy Act for all these federal projects. If you recall, the prior alignment for Sunrise was an 8-lane thoroughfare that went through and decimated a lot of the community. This is a refresh to look at that, and so we've got to update that document to really memorialize the new vision for what the Sunrise Corridor is going to be. In addition to that, it's going to move development 20% plans for the corridor, and prepare up to 100% design plans for the proposed safety and local connections portion of the project. So start really kind of ticking off and designing certain sections of that project. And so when I go back to that discussion that we had with Marv, the dialogue was really around how do you keep momentum moving on the totality of the corridor? But it's the same exact question that you asked us when we talked about the price of the corridor. How are we ever going to raise that amount of money? And so when you're in these organizations for a long time, you start realizing the fact these are little battles that you fight all the time to get funding for certain portions of the project. And we're gonna talk about that here in 1 second. The Sunrise Community Coalition launched. We have staff is coordinating closely with this group and keeping this group engaged. That is more than just the roadway. There are discussions around exercises and opportunities for community improvement. In fact, I believe there's a tree planting exercise or event that's occurring this weekend that's being coordinated, and staff are assisting with it. There's opportunities that we've looked at the possibility to partner on art and other elements in and around the community. Again, this visioning exercise was more than the road. It was really bringing together and engaging the community as a whole, and not rebranding, but reimagining what that Sunrise Corridor would look like as a whole. And last but not least, January 2026, build grant. Can I go to the next slide, please? Thanks. The build grant, if you recall, when we talked about the corridor as a whole, you've got stages in this corridor, and this is kind of a staging discussion around the totality of the roadway as a whole. It's important to understand the fact that there's different phases, and they all have independent utility and value. There's also discussions around how those independent phases are funded. Some are more of a state, federal discussion, some may be more of a local. So we're kind of bit by bit kind of working to break this project, larger project, down into digestible portions and developable portions of the project. I will tell you right now that all eyes right now are focused on the Rock Creek intersection, those improvements at 212, 224. That is, we will be coming back in front of the Board of County Commissioners seeking authorization for a letter of support to apply for that grant. Right now, it's approximately $25 million grant request we'll be putting forward. We've got about $5 million, probably about $5 million, $4 or $5 million of local funding. I think it's five. We have actually made inquiries out to partnering jurisdictions like Happy Valley, who will be also partnering with us to support that project and putting money in that dialogue and that discussion as well. So that effort is going forward. Actually, can you go to the next page real quick? Yeah. And so if you look at that, this is, I want to clarify that this improvement is important, and also it is a part of and aligns with the vision as adopted. It's not a throwaway project that we're going to build and then gets removed when the totality of the project comes forward. It will have value now and going into the future. Next page, or next slide, pardon me. This kind of shares you through kind of a timeline. These are all the different things that we're generally working on. There's a lot, but it shows kind of the commitment to the corridor as a whole, with an emphasis on getting unique portions funded as quickly as possible. Obstacles we're facing, all of you are aware of some of the issues that are going on with the state, Oregon Department of Transportation. Their capacity is a challenge to some extent now. Budget limitations at the state level are a challenge right now. Getting their interest on the totality of the project, but we continue to be engaged with them and working in a cooperative manner to make sure this particular project is at the top of their list. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? I see none. Perfect. Very nice job.
Well, I'll just wait. I don't have a question, it's a comment. So,
So close.
You were close.
rein you back in. Just a comment, I really appreciate, I know that Jamie Stasey's there in the back, and she's done a lot of great work. Last night, we approved at the R1 Act this particular project for the next phase of the design. And it doesn't mean when there's money, all it means is it kind of gets programmed in. So that's a move towards the right direction. And, you know, I think the fact that we've broken this down into phases or steps, if you will, that I think that makes it more achievable. And I'm hoping that there's more partnerships with Happy Valley on portions of this, and hopefully some annexations if needed to help that along, and whether that's expansion of the urban renewal area or whatnot. But we talked earlier about land, and we know we have a lot of greenfield and opportunity here that's more than 5 acres. We really didn't break this portion of it down, and you know, a lot of it's in the city. It's not necessarily unincorporated. Some of it's in the unincorporated, but I'm hoping to at least kind of extrapolate out of this latest design what the acreage available and what it is more catered or tailored for, both in the unincorporated as well as the city. So that's the potential that I think when we talk about our land discussion and we go to promote elements like this, we certainly know that if the transportation elements are there, then the development will likely happen. Without it, it's just stalled.
And exactly when we're talking about the land dialogue, it was the infrastructure costs. So it's marrying of the two things and the two board objectives to achieve that goal. I should really, there's one thing I inadvertently skipped, and it's, you know, we are having dialogues, you know, Commissioner Savas and staff are working collectively right now to ensure the project is included in this new capital improvement project or planning that's happening at ODOT. It's a new process they're looking to do. We're being strategic in those discussions to ensure it's included in that list. But that's really trying to position the project for state and federal funding as the projects go forward. So, and I think that's a 10-year look ahead. I think it's a 10-year or 20.
Yeah, it's a 10-year CIP
10 years,
essentially,
yeah.
capital CIP.
Yep.
Commissioner Helm.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of serving on the Sunrise Corridor Steering Committee for, I don't know, was it 18 months or something? I can't even remember. It seems so long ago. It was a fascinating process, and I have to say that for all the years we've been talking about the Sunrise Corridor, this is the most movement I've seen on it in the last like 12 to 18 months. So I am super excited. But I will say that I've had some comments. If you can back up, Andrew, maybe one screen to the stages where they show the yellow. Yeah. So some people have poo-pooed the stage idea, like it's not going to take care of the problem. But just that stage one, and correct me if I'm wrong, was going to save about 1 million hours of people on the road. What was the number? Help me out there with how many people sit in that traffic in that particular area. It was a massive number. So just that one stage will relieve a lot of congestion on Highway 212. So I just want to say, I know it's in increments, but how do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. This is what we're doing, and every little bit is going to help. But just that stage one is going to be super effective.
And that's a great point. And I'm even going to go to the Rock Creek intersection. I mean, if you've been
Right.
queued up on that thing, the ability to move traffic through pinch points with minimal improvement, it's $25 million. I mean, I'm just going to be honest, that's not cheap
Right.
by any means. But the ability to invest that amount of money realize that amount of benefit simply by adding another lane, an additional lane for some queuing distance, for example, to get the traffic to say another 224 out of the queue so they're not going straight. It sounds like a simple thing. Has immense benefit.
Yeah.
And it's actually the tactic that we're taking into consideration when we're doing our Clackamas County road fund, our community road fund projects. It's like, how do you do targeted improvements? But any improvement helps. Any improvement helps.
Great. All right. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, just to build on this, I want to say, not unlike our strategy for the Recovery Center when we were short $10 million, or before we even assembled some of that money, I was asked the question, why did we purchase that land before the funds were there to build the Recovery Center? And the answer was, well, we showed the state that we got skin in the game, that we're serious about this. And so I'm using that analogy and applying it here. And similar to phase one of the Sunrise, Dan, you know that, how much money the county put on the table in development on all the back roads in the system, and then voila. So I think showing commitment is part of that momentum, showing we have skin in the game, because the state legislature will see, well, what have you done for it, right? What's your share? And this helps. This is exactly the method that we've been successful, and in being in some of those state offices and hearing that question posed to us, it's nice to have be able to pull that out and say, here's what we've done here. We got 20 million there. And by the way, we're sitting on a whole lot of right-of-way, right? From the phase one that's left over that we invested in. So I got to remind ODOT that, by the way, we've got $30-40 million in right-of-way in this project as well. So another selling point.
Correct. That's correct.
Right. Nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Nancy, what's next?
All right. Next, we have the transit strategic goal. So by 2027, the county will provide a plan for what efficient accessibility and affordable transit looks like in Clackamas County. And Dan Johnson and Mary Rumbaugh will present.
We're back. Good afternoon. So Dan and I are here to talk about the transit goal. And again, similar to the childcare, we're working in partnership with our two departments. So we have our subject matter experts that are part of our implementation team, and they are truly the subject matter experts is what I will say. So they have pretty audacious action items as part of the strategic plan. So let me give a couple of updates of their accomplishments, our accomplishments so far. So again, similar to some of our other implementation teams, we've been actively meeting since November. Part of the work early on was really to begin identifying some grant funds to update the county's 2021 transit development plan. It's an every 5-year plan, so we already knew that work was going to be important. So this goal really helped sort of support the work that we already needed to do. Pretty quickly, we found out we weren't going to get the grant funding, and that sort of was like, oh no. But the brilliance of our teams, many of our staff got together, and they actually looked at how to weave together some of our state transportation improvement funds, our STIF funds, that could be used to support the transit development and transportation service plan update. So we had a little bit of a panic, and now we get to continue to move forward. So what is interesting about using the model of the transit development and transportation service plan is that plan would typically focus on identifying transit investments that increase accessibility and improved efficiency, but it doesn't necessarily specifically address the affordability piece. So that's the opportunity of bringing two departments together who has a part of the transit sort of continuum, and then Health, Housing, and Human Services as really a provider, one of the providers. So they've done some really great work, and in fact, this conversation today will be important for helping inform the next leg of that work. But before we get to that, want to just acknowledge some of our obstacles and challenges that we have ahead of us, and these will not be new to Commissioner Savas. Between Dan and I and Commissioner Savas, we have these conversations a lot. So we know that TriMet is currently experiencing a budget gap, and that they're proposing significant cuts to services due to rising costs and reduced ridership. At the state level, there continues to be uncertainty related to what we call the STIF, or the State Transportation Improvement Funds, and how the funds are going to be distributed, the status of the transportation bill, changes to transit funding occurring also at the federal level that could make it difficult to estimate future funding availability, and the status of just regional coordination, so really how we're investing in funding our small transit providers. So I think we have some really important and great work to do, and I think we also have some outside influences that I think we need to be realistic about. When we first kicked off when we first actually met in August with our consultants, and we said, okay, wait a second, what do we mean by efficient, accessible, and affordable? because what we think we mean, and we pointed literally to Commissioner Savas as if he was in the room, we're not sure that that's the way Commissioner Savas would identify it. So we've worked really hard to draft definitions because we think it's really, really critical that we land the definition plane, because if we don't, and we've done all this work, and then we're coming back for these regular reports, and you're like, wait a second, where's this in that definition? It's like, well, we thought we all knew what we were talking about. So we have a couple of asks in our presentation today, but really the conversation is really about landing this definition, and I wonder if I can hand it over to Dan to walk through that.
Sure, I'd love to. That'd be great. Nice transition. That's
I thought I
fabulous.
did good there.
So you'll see on the attachment, we provided definitions for efficient, accessible, and affordable. I'm just going to read them out loud for the community's benefit. Efficient, a reliable and well-coordinated network that maximizes resources. Accessible, designed and delivered so individuals can independently use and understand it. Affordable, maintains fair and operational costs that do not create financial burdens for riders or threaten long-term system sustainability. So we are here today to kind of get some feedback to ensure we have at least some level of consensus on these terms and these objectives, and if we've missed the mark, what's the board's direction and how those might be revised.
Right. Commissioner Savas, go ahead.
Well, I agree. Frankly, I think the definition needs either clarity or work or some change to make sure we nail it down. The other thing that honestly has obviously happened is that the transit world lately has changed significantly with TriMet's difficulties in their announcement and the proposed cuts. So, I mean, I kind of would ideally be able to sit in a room. I mentioned this to Mary. I think Monday morning would be great to sit down with maybe Teresa and
Christina?
Christina.
Yeah. I was going to say Crystal. It's not Crystal. Christina. And maybe even some other staff to figure out how should we word this, knowing what the dynamics are, what we're trying to do. And also, there's a lot of momentum building around frustrated cities that are looking for change, right? Saying, TriMet's not doing it. We've been at this for, depends who you talk to. They'll say 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. There's been no significant change in the community we live in. We pay and pay. The amount we pay or the percentage is going up and up and up, and we get nothing. There's nothing to show for it. So now we're paying more than we ever paid with the STIF funds, and every employee in the state of Oregon paying a portion of their paycheck in the transit and getting nothing for it, right? Some are, right? But for the most part, there's been no notable change in access to that. And so the word access has many different, this is again, whether it's the vernacular or the definition or whatever it may be, the access is typically defined as, quarter mile, let's say, of where people live. People can walk to it. It's accessible. It's within walking distance, and walking distance on a flat area is approximately a quarter mile. So that's, I think, when we say accessible, I think that is, the intent that, especially now that people are paying for it out of their paycheck, even though we don't get the funds, right, directly, the county doesn't get the funds directly, that at least, I think, is the definition I would probably glean to, and industry would probably lean to, not glean, but lean to, is what the definition of that is. So envisioning that would be like a shuttle system. Now, the way Wilsonville does it, SMART, their transit agency, the way they do it is, if you're off the beaten path and you don't have access to it, you can dial the number and they'll come get you. So I figured it's not deviated service, but it is on call or something like that. There's a term for it. So that is a lower cost way to deliver the service and do so in a way that it's not a 40-foot bus. It's something more practically sized and cost and all that to navigate that. And then the other thing that we are challenged when it comes to access is the topography. We have these very difficult conversations with TriMet because they want to look at on a screen or a piece of paper, they want to show you where the routes are, but the incline is like 5 or 6%, and Oregon City, look at where we are. There's grade everywhere, right? A quarter mile of a grade is, a lot of people can't do that, especially senior citizens. So, again, to the access. Now, I guess affordable, you can talk about the fares, but I do agree that this needs work, and I don't want to speak for the board particularly. I know that Dan's a huge advocate of transit, right, Dan? But we have a need more than ever. I think it's at a crisis mode. So I don't know really how we tackle, this is kind of a monster, right? But there again, if it's broad enough that we can apply it as needed, knowing the current conditions, and not try to make the definition interpreted as narrow. I mean, I think that would be a goal. And there again, it's got to be accomplishable. So do you want to make it so broad and so impossible that we can't accomplish it? Well, that's not a correct thing to do either. But I'm trying to, when I say broad or flexible, I'm trying to factor in the dynamics that are taking place in Salem, the dynamics that are taking place with the Joint Committee on Transportation, the dynamics of having a legislator say, Commissioner, how can I help on this problem? How do we fix this? We know there's problems, and their understanding of it might be about STIF funds, and maybe another legislator looks at it, it's a bigger problem. It's not just STIF funds, it's the traditional employer-paid taxes, that system, that paradigm that we're all operating in. And then you talk to someone who's got the regional and national experience in transit and has that expertise, and they'll say, actually, this is a national problem. The structure, we need to reinvent how we deliver services. Commissioner Helm has heard this. We need to reinvent ourselves. Yet TriMet is not willing to do that. They're just like, they're going to do it this way. Just give us more money and get out of our way. And that's not going to get there. So I know that's a lot of words, but just knowing the current dynamics out there, I think we got to be able to make sure that our work gets there, so we can lobby where we need to lobby, so we can partner where we need to partner, and not make sure that someone else is providing the service under these conditions, that it's maybe we are partners in helping that happen, whether we are the provider or whether we are in a key role of helping as a consortium or as a coalition to provide a level of service that's expected. I'll stop there.
Let's just talk, pardon me.
No, go ahead.
Let's just talk, because the terms that you're using, a quarter mile, half mile, whatever, I mean, those are terms that are common within the industry for stop locations and accessibility and things of that nature. And we wrestled with that. But you can't come out, it's difficult to come out and say, we want a transit location in a quarter mile of every resident. That's impossible. And so there was a lot of thought around, and I'm going to highlight those words for you when you look at accessible, designed and delivered so individuals can independently use. And that's the nuance, especially around the tools that you're talking about, because the way in which somebody may use that transit service may differ greatly based on their physical location. If I'm somebody in rural Clackamas County who's looking for a ride, that ride may be, as you said, a dial and pickup that goes out there and picks them up and drops them off at a light rail station or a bus station or whatever it might be, which is different than walking down to like the Green Line locations or the Orange Line locations or bus stops, the 72 on 82nd. It also doesn't get into all those nuances of it honors them in regards to like the topography and things like that, but it doesn't get into the specificity of all that because it's on a case-by-case basis. So while I'm saying this may not hit everything you're talking about, the thought was let's make it wide enough that it can deal with a lot of the issues that we're facing, but not too wide where we ignore the problem as in a whole. But again, the nuances of service delivery because they change so much in area to area. So just some food for thought.
Well, I struggle with the word independently, right? I mean, it's fair to say design and deliver so individuals can use and understand it, but what does independently mean?
So it is, I have the ability, in my definition, so this is Christina's great work with Karen and others, and my definition of that is the fact that that system has the flexibility to meet the needs that I have at any given moment. And so if I'm, it's not independent, and it's also within the confines of limitations I may have. So if I am wheelchair bound, or I am, or if it's a rate issue regarding the fare or whatever that may, I have independent ability, autonomy to access the services that are out there. We can go deeper into that, but that just
Yeah, so the words, if I were to change it, say design and deliver so all individuals can use and understand it, you're saying the same thing?
Yeah, I think we're fine. Yeah.
There's a suggestion.
Yep.
Right, any other questions or comments?
Are there any other verbiage changes? I mean, I'm looking at you all on this. Mary, you and I talked about this.
Yeah, so Commissioner Sappas, I was hoping to capture a few of the comments I had written down when we had when I had shopped this with you as well. So we had a lot of conversation about access, and really, again, access for those who both, need it, and versus, folks who could choose to use it. They don't have to use it, right? And so, again, because of our rurality here in Clackamas County, we just have a lot of challenges. So I think the accessible, the verb, or the little bit of wordsmithing there, I think makes a lot of sense. You also talked to me about safety, and I said, okay, let's define that a little bit. There's nothing really about safety here, but I think being very clear, it's not only about the ability to safely get to your bus stop. So if your bus stop is on a curve, or you have to walk, a half a mile versus that quarter mile, but it's also the safety of ridership, right? So that it's safe to actually be on a bus. And so I think, again, I just want to acknowledge that you and I had that conversation. And I don't necessarily know how to solve for it. I think, again, whatever plan gets designed, we want to ensure that it's safe for ridership, it's safe for drivers, all of that. So just want to acknowledge that.
So there's a federal requirement for transit that's applied nationwide that basically strives to assure that, low income and people with disabilities and so forth have access, right? And that there's no area, maybe more affluent areas, that have better access than disadvantaged communities or precincts or areas. So, I mean, are we adequately speaking to that even in that line that we just talked about, if you change it to design and deliver so all individuals, less is more sometimes, but I just wonder if when we talk about affordable and accessible in that context, right, in the context of the disadvantaged folks that don't have a car, for example, or don't have a choice, if we need any other clarity.
Okay.
Which also kind of gets to the safety issue a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think we can go back and talk with the team about that. Yeah, you were talking about some of the Title VI stuff.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Commissioner Helm.
Can you maybe just add a bullet point that depends on a transit system that is safe, efficient, accessible, and affordable? And then you can cover both of those safety aspects as far as getting to a bus station and the ridership safety as well. It seems like a completely different topic, and I know it's a reason why a lot of people don't ride transit.
Yep, no, it's true. Okay, we will work on that. Yep.
All right, anything else?
We do.
All right, thank you very much. Nancy?
No,
anything
we
else?
have the conversation about the consultant piece.
Okay.
Yeah, do we have 2 minutes, or are we
Yeah.
over?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair. So do you have the guidance you need on the definition, or you need to bring that back to the board?
I think we're going to need to bring it back to the board. I think even based on this conversation, it feels really, really important to me for this implementation team to know that the definitions they're working under are ones that are supported by you all, because I am just worried that we're going to put a lot of time and effort into a plan using definitions that maybe we're not aligned with. So I think there is a return to the board, sir.
We'll bring it back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, and while we have this moment, I just wanted to, I'm looking at Chair Roberts, that number of the mayors that I've been in discussions with want to have this conversation with us, particularly, and asked if the forum could not be the mayor and chairs, which you attend. So I just want to let you know that maybe you could put that on the agenda for them, for we're not part of that, you are, and the mayors. So I'm happy to tell you which mayors are ready to do something and want county's help, or perhaps some of them are going to do it independently.
All right, we'll add that to our next agenda of the mayor's meeting.
All right, I think there's one more.
One more thing, really quick.
Yeah, she always gives me the great stuff. We talked about the fact that we have our staff work collaboratively to try to get the planning effort funded about access and connectivity and all of that in regards to the studies that we have to update. No part of that work deals with affordable and safe, now, or affordable and now safe. So we have asked our staff, it's like, how much additional funds do we need to kind of include that in some kind of assessment from a contractor, outside services, to assist in developing that. And we've got an estimate about $50,000 to $70,000. I can't spend road fund on it. There's no additional funds that we can find from H3S, so we've got to work. When we come back to you, I mean, one big question, one big ask we're probably going to have is we're going to need some additional funding to assist with that ask, to refine and to make sure that the study that we're doing is inclusive of all the things that you want included in this transit request. So we're just highlighting that to you now. Since we've got to come back, we probably don't need an answer right away, but we wanted to just share that with you, okay?
So if I could just quickly, I would imagine, I mean, because I'm learning more and more and more about transit, that there's got to be some federal funding out there on behalf of those populations out there that would help us with that, right? Knowing that transit is a national priority. So I would assume that there would be.
I'm not sure it is a national priority with the current national state and what's going on. I mean, I know
Well,
that.
yeah, I'm not talking about the current federal,
It's a priority. It's a regional priority.
well, it's embedded in transportation and the FTA. But what's the FTA do? I mean, you can't say the FTA doesn't exist, right?
We'll see.
We will look into that.
All right.
And we'll look into grant opportunity,
Yeah.
but we're just identifying the fact we haven't identified any to date, so we can talk more. Okay?
Thank you, Gary.
When you approve your strategic plan, that is also your priority for budgeting. So that is really my responsibility. If we can find external sources, great. Otherwise, it's general fund. All 10 of these priorities are your budget priorities as well. So this is now a priority for you to fund this, to get this work done. So we'll find a way. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next up is affordable housing. That strategic goal is by 2030, 900 affordable housing units will be developed, including an emphasis on the senior population and underserved parts of the county. And Mary Rumbaugh is providing this presentation today.
Good afternoon again. In your report really is a very up-to-date status on what we are accomplishing so far. There's the very practical, we need to build it. So that's really our short-term strategy. Like the other implementation teams that I'm part of, we've been meeting actively since November, but I would also say that this is a group that's actively doing this work every single day. So our short-term strategy is the completion of 9 housing communities. Many of you, all of you know about many of these. So the first one, Viola, is completed and we're leasing it up right now. That's 121 units. You're also very well aware of our Hillside Park project and the fact that phase 1 is done, which phase one has a couple of elements to it. So right now we have 100 units that are complete and currently leasing up, really beautiful building. And then there is the east and west buildings scheduled to be completed this spring. So that will get us to a total of 275 units. You're also aware of Short Stack Milwaukee. That's been really successful. So that's completely completed. That's 15 homes. 2 homes are purchased to date. El Nido is currently under construction for 55 units. We have Clackamas Heights, which is also under construction as of this last November. That will be 200 units. And then we have the Hillside Park. We have sort of phase two, which we plan on, that will close summer of this year. That will be 164. I'll jump down to Hillside Park 3, which is the short stack of 18 homes. So that's 18 affordable home ownership units planned for 2029 with groundbreaking in 2027. I'm going to jump back up to some of the scattered sites. Those are that community land trust sales. So we have that is active and ongoing. Those are 60 homes in our inventory that we're looking at selling. So we have actually 10 sales on the private market right now, and 2 of those home sales are actually by residents, those individuals that were living in the home. So that's actually really exciting. And those closed at the end of this last year. And then just jumping down to Hillside Park, the second part of phase 3 is Bridge Meadows. And I want to call that one out specifically because that one very much aligns with the second part of your strategic goal. So that's 60 units for seniors and family-focused housing. We're currently in the design and contracting, development contracting phase, and we're scheduled for that build to be done in 2029. So that's a really exciting. I wish we were able to do that a little bit sooner, but that's a really important partnership that we have. So currently, if we stay on track as we are, when all is said and done, we'll have 968 homes, for lack of a better term. So,
And so, Mary, before you go on, Ben wanted yeah.
On these properties that you're going through right now, Hillside, Hillside Park, El Nido, what is the percentage of PSH housing? Is it just deeply affordable? Is it where are we on the affordable? And then where are we hitting also that goal around permanent supportive housing?
yeah, it's going to be a mix. I don't have that data right in front of me, but we'll get that.
I would love a breakdown. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. So even though that's not the easy part, it feels like that's a little bit of the easy part. Just to say, go build the units. Well, that's what we're doing. But the harder part is really the second part of your strategic goal is really to understand the emphasis on our senior population as well as our underserved parts of the county. So we are starting to conduct an assessment, and that's going to be the map that we're going to review here in a few minutes to really understand not only where might the supports for older adults be, and we're really looking at sort of senior centers and residential programs, so we have a sense of where are our seniors. But we're also looking at some of the best practices for senior housing, and also then continuing to look at sort of the needs, to look at the needs of the underserved areas of the county. I'm not sure that we quite landed that plane, but we're actively working with our social services division to understand the senior housing piece, and then just beginning to talk with Dan's shop just to sort of just understand again what data they may also have. We're also looking at properties that are nearing the end of their affordability period, and where again senior centers and senior focused amenities are. So that is going to be something that we talk about. This is just literally the start of the assessment. We are also already actively in conversation with the goal on our plan for our communication strategy. So as much as you'll be hearing from PGA about the structure of the community strategy, communication strategy, we had already started that conversation with them. And so we're ready to rock and roll on getting some communication. And I know that previously, as we've been working with Gary on like our housing task force conversations, like how do you all have been it's been really important about how do we tell our story about what we're doing to not only address houselessness, but really to build out the housing continuum. So more to come on that. Just really quickly, some of the potential obstacles is, we currently do not have any housing vouchers. So just speaking to one of your questions, Commissioner West, we don't currently have any of those Section 8 housing vouchers available. They drop from the federal government, they get issued, and then they get used up really quickly. We're monitoring federal funding reductions or changes in priorities, so you're aware of some of the HUD continuum of care sort of initial changes that could have impacted the way we currently fund some of our housing programs. That got pulled back. We're going to be able to continue to fund the current programs that we have. And then just Metro funding. Metro it currently ends in 2030. We do have some of our projections being a little bit lower in 2026 than anticipated, but the good news about these committed housing projects is the funding is committed, but the ability to do much more if the funding landscape changes to not be available, it becomes a challenge. So I think the goal that we recommended around the 900 affordable housing units was was the sweet spot with what we knew then and what we know today. So happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to share this is a little bit hot off the press, our map as we really are trying to unpack what the need is for our senior population. So what this does is it overlays the housing that we currently own that is coming to the end of their affordability period. And I am not an expert on this, so if you have more questions, I'll have to get my subject matter experts to follow up. And we overlaid that with where we know assisted living, residential care, supportive living, nursing home, community center, and adult placement agencies are. So those are the cute little bubbles overlaying the preservation opportunities within both the UGB, but also within Clackamas County. So we have not, the implementation team just received this right after our last meeting, so we haven't yet met to sort of begin unpacking this and what does this mean for some of our continued assessment. But because I thought it was just really curious, I wanted to be able to bring it to you all for this report today.
All right. Time for questions. I know Commissioner West has a question or comment.
Mary, on the work around the 1115 waivers and housing associated with that and the changes in federal policy, and with a lot of work statewide have been going into that, how is that impacted, and how is that impact in our strategy? And then even though we don't have Section 8 federal housing vouchers available, we do still have funds that we're allocating for rent assistance and prevention, correct? Those are two separate things.
They are, yeah.
Similar-ish, but
Yeah.
they're separate.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could opine about that.
Yeah, the 1115 waiver actually is a good conversation that we haven't folded into our this project. So I think actually that is a really good one for calling out. We have seen reductions in rental assistance, and we've just sort of had to plan and sort of really the bulk of the requests that we get, certainly through coordinated housing access, our CHA line, is actually eviction prevention. So those needs are still, really continuing. So we've seen decreases. Don't know really what we'll see sort of in this next round of state funding, but something to monitor too. So The funding landscape, it's shaky. That makes it sort of tough in the sense of sort of the future state. But as you all know, we've invested and we've been conservative in our investments with like Metro SHS dollars, and I think has set us up to just keep moving forward on our goals because this funding is already booked, so that
Okay.
helps.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Savis.
So, thanks, Mary. In the vein of sustainability, from a funding standpoint, that we have sustainable funding for some of these populations, on the question of vouchers particularly, I do know that, 30% AMI, relies on a Section 8 voucher, for
Yep.
example, and different income levels have different funding streams for that. So my question is, why we put a number, 900, whatever number that is for the housing units. I do know that the federal funding for anything new that we build, right, will sometimes have a mixture, 30% AMI, so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
I was under the understanding, and if you can't answer it, I understand, maybe, your staff can, but I was understanding that if the federal government helped fund a housing project, knowing they had a mixture of those income levels, that it came with an automatically certainty that you would get the vouchers, right, to fill them, right?
Right.
They're not going to fund it or help fund the project and then not deliver the voucher.
Right. I think, yeah, that's my understanding as well. And I think some of these projects, I think goes to actually Commissioner West's earlier question too. And so we can answer the voucher question as
Right.
part of the mix.
And the other aspect of this, again, starting out with the theme of, or the vein of sustainable funding for the populations we have, if there's a shakeup in federal funding or whatnot, I just want to know where our vulnerabilities are, right? I mean, we build it and then there's no funding, so, we don't want to have funding cliffs, right? Where suddenly it just drops off and there's, we have a structure, we have the people, and no way to help them, no way to fund it. So probably a question you can't answer, but it might be good to have a refresher to know that 30% AMI, 60 so on, what those funding forecasts look like or trends are right now, to know what we ought to be building, and maybe we have a choice in what income level we build for.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and we actually do have a future policy session scheduled for March to actually talk specifically too about sort of the future state of our funding specific to housing. And so I'll get that information ahead of, this will be information as follow-up here, but I'll make sure we roll it into our policy session in the future as well.
All right, Commissioner Helm.
Yeah, Mary, thank you. On the third bullet point under obstacles, it says projections after 2026 are lower than anticipated. And with the SHS reform they just went through, which was creating efficiencies and supposedly lowering the costs of the program, why are those projections now lower?
Well, I think it's really it's the revenue that we're expecting to come in. So potentially maybe the reform will balance some of that out. What we do know, at least for 2026, is we see a little bit of a bump because of some of the revenue that is like, I don't think it's one time, but it's from a body that we weren't. I think we were expecting, but the timing of when we got it. I'm not being very articulate here, but most recently, and so maybe Commissioner West knows more about where the reform will overlay, at least not that long ago, our projections were like, again, a bump in 26 and then a decrease that we can manage too, because we've been conservative already. But it certainly was disappointing because it would be nice if the revenue would stay pretty consistent, and that's not at least what the projections have been showing, so.
Yes.
It is, they decided to pass a tax that was hyper volatile.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that pay this tax are fleeing the state. So the few that tend to be staying, they choose to tend, when they don't leave the state, they do tend to choose our county, so we appreciate that.
Yeah.
But when this tax base in large numbers is leaving and these businesses are leaving, This makes it that much more volatile. We were always concerned about this, and we were, previous board before even me, it was Commissioner Savas and Schrader on this, like they were pressuring us to spend money we hadn't necessarily seen allocated from Metro, just spend it and figure it out later. Well, it turns out after we got heat in the media and heat by local electeds and heat by, not getting the money up the door and hurting vulnerable populations, turns out we were right. And we didn't get the funding as suspected, and then we had budgeted way more cautiously initially, but it allowed us to operate a little bit differently. It's why we're not having press conferences with giant holes in our SHS budget. We've been able to weather it. With all of that said, which is true, it's super volatile.
Okay.
And so who knows? It's hard to see, we'll project, but we have to adjust accordingly.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank
yeah.
you for that clarification.
Income tax base.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, business and income.
All right. And I just had one comment. I think as you look down there, which I really appreciate seeing this, is it's the 2026 Development Affordable Housing Communication Strategy, PGA, attend the January implementation team program. It kind of provide a template. And I think my concern has been, when I talk to businesses, they basically emphasize, where's all this money go, right? And there's a lot of frustration over that. And I think telling our story, I would say a large amount of the population doesn't even understand what Bridge Meadows is. It's actually an amazing program.
So amazing.
I mean, where you take seniors and foster kids and a house manager and kind of be mentors and actually all the accomplishments of the housing that has been done. So I really think that's a big priority with strict timelines. It's really what I would consider a strategic communication plan strategy to make sure we're telling our story on a variety of platforms, because it's right now we've got kind of a hill to climb that has no idea kind of where those dollars are going to. So, but anyway, I think this is fantastic work. Once again, I appreciate all that you do. And if there's no other questions, I'll turn to Nancy. Is there anything else before we move on?
Nope, we don't have anything else on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
You will not see me for the rest of the day,
Okay, we'll let you off here.
unless Gary sends me a text. Get back here.
All right, next, we have the county jail. The strategic goal is by 2028, based upon best practices, the county will complete preliminary design concepts and estimates for a new Clackamas County Jail. And I am the lead of this particular project. However, I do have some experts in the room with me today to help answer questions, so I'm going to kind of go over where we are. At this point, exactly where we expected to be with this project. We have a lot of data and information that has been done in the county over the past years. We were able to pull out and actually find all of that information and collect it and put it in one place so we could take a look at it and see, what we might be able to use, what has changed, and, how do we move forward. One of the things that we have found out through the National Institutes of Corrections, which is NIC, and they provide technical assistance to the counties across the country. They have changed the planning and how to build a jail, what is needed in a jail, the flow, those types of things over the years. So there's a whole new planning document that we'll be using and looking at as we move forward. In particular, they outline decisions that need to be made during our development phase, as well as who the stakeholders that we need to have at the table when changes are possible and those types of things. We also took a look at the Red Soils Master Plan, and you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So we wanted to show a picture of what it was and where we are now. If you take a look at this particular photo, this was before all of the additions were on, and if you're in the courthouse, if you're in the jail, you will see they have a lot of pictures on the wall that goes from this particular photo to the next. And there's a lot of open fields there. You can see where CCOM is and kind of, how the jail, and how big it was, in relation to some of the other buildings around there. So the next photo, of course, is, if you can do the next slide, is obviously everything has been built up. And this came in several different stages. And I think all of you have been through the jail. understand as you walk from one section to another, you can tell the age and the difference and, and how they even have to operate those different parts of the jail. So as part of this, we've also looked at the Red Soils Master Plan. If you, next slide, please. Which was recently updated. We were required to update it. First, we were required to update it every 20 years. But it was a major update, and we also have to require it whenever we add a new facility or a large facility on campus, which, of course, that was the courthouse. So this particular master plan, of course, does include a new jail and what we anticipate what a footprint may look like. Of course, this will change as we move forward. So as we move forward and we're looking at different obstacles and how we are, to get from A to B, of course, funding and design is, the major obstacle that we're looking at. And with economic times the way they are, how do we get the jail built? The current facility will also need to be maintained during construction, and how do we work that out? And the site requirements now with Oregon City will necessitate the building to have a parking garage for the Red Soils campus. So not only are we building a jail, but we're also having to add more parking, and then we are at the cusp of needing a parking garage now. We do have a couple clarifications for the board. There are some new jails that are being built or are built, and we were hoping to be able to visit some of those, have 2 or 3 people go visit some of those. Nick might be able to help us with that, but we also may have to have some county funding for that if that's possible. And then also the question of, does the board desire to consolidate additional functions within the new jail, or at least explore that? For example, CCOM and community corrections. So with that, we will open up for questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Salas.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to say, Nancy, Gary, don't take this as directed towards you all, okay? It's not. So that's my precursor. And I talked to the chair here about a week or 2 ago. We were talking about the jail and the coulda, woulda, shouldas, and how we move prisoners right from the jail to the courthouse as efficiently as possible. And I, was a commissioner during the time in which this effort began prior to the courthouse being built. And was in part, a portion of the conversations is about funding as a board, but not in the room with my other colleagues on the commission at the time that were sitting around the table, as was the Sheriff Roberts at the time and the DA and everyone else. So how do we do this and how do we build it? And if you could put the slide back up with the, there we go, thank you, that one. So as the chair was sharing with me, the cost advantages of the jail being as close to the courthouse as possible. Is that right, Craig?
Right.
Yeah. So is there, and again, I don't know if there's any wetlands, I'm looking at some shading there that kind of draws that. Is there any way to capture the savings in the location in a way that we can capture those efficiencies when we cite the new jail? Or are we really stuck with this master plan? Yeah, there we go. Thanks for the arrow. As I understand it, and then share with me, I know we have staff in the room in the back that have experience with the jail, and Craig, you as well. How close is close? Is it possible there could be, I won't say a tunnel, but is there a way to capture that advantage?
So
Yeah, well, I think that
we had that discussion in one of our groups. So I am going to ask our experts to come up to the table. So if Captain Eby and, Under Sheriff Eby and Captain Freeman could come up. But we did have that conversation. And we even had a conversation as like, should the jail actually be on a different property entirely, which we came to the conclusion, no, for that reason. So I know we had this discussion.
So why don't you
guys wanna
introduce
fill in
yourself
your
for everybody?
expertise there?
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Under Sheriff Lee Eby. and Captain Jennifer Freeman.
Thank you for coming today. All right, so Lee, you want to go ahead and kind of respond to that?
You know, obviously, if there's some issues with the map, specifically, you know, the red soils, where we could actually put it based on some of the wetlands and some of the roads that are currently going through. We're not entirely sure that there's enough square footage to put it right next to it. Obviously, if we were very close to it, like extremely close, there is the potential, though they are expensive, to do tunnels or underground where we could transport easily in. There's just going to be it's going to be a lot of studies. There's going to be a lot of checks to see if that's even plausible based on the current design of where the courthouse is and what land is left over because of the roads that go through there.
Yeah, and just to kind of also follow up on that, kind of what you said, Nancy, which I'm thrilled to hear. You know, I was fortunate to work with NIC, National Institute of Corrections. I went back there in Longmont, Colorado, and they bring national experts around the country, right? And that's kind of where I got introduced to a guy named Harry Munyon, which he had done which I also think is important, is a population study of how many beds do you actually need based on our population. And then while the architect here, Sarah, at the time, I think is great at designing this, it came pretty clear that whoever you hire has to have a background in jail operations. Because when we kind of showed him the plans for what Sarah kind of had designed, he said, well, you can build it like that, but what is going to kill you over time is operational cost, how you have to move inmates around, and that's where you spend a lot of money, and different styles in doing that. So I'm thrilled to hear that you guys are working with NIC. They have a tremendous amount of resources. A lot of times it's free. So kudos. I think and also secondarily, kind of following up with you, Commissioner Savas, kind of on the jail. As you know, Lee, if you don't have to put inmates in a car and drive them somewhere, all that staff time and resources, and the closer, and I really kind of tried to emphasize that back then. And when I look at this map, it's that little crick is in the way. And it really created some challenges design-wise, and because you got to move everything over, and then I think on top of it, I know one of the big issues you guys face in the jail is your kitchen. And that kitchen is like in the heart of it. You can't really expand it, and it creates a lot of challenges. So, you know, I'm just thrilled that you're looking at like NIC's involved and helping us kind of move forward, identify some of these challenges and get it on the plan. The other issue that I kind of continue to kind of bring up is, where does community corrections play a role in this? And I don't know, can either one of you maybe comment on that?
We discussed this as consolidation of resources within the county and community corrections, specifically residential services, potentially moving up as one larger building to try to, again, gain efficiencies through one area instead of having multiple buildings and have to have more maintenance. And obviously those are other buildings that are getting older, as we know. And so those were discussions we had, and that was one of the things that Nancy brought up, is that those are those questions we have to resolve at some point.
Yeah. I was just, a lot of this is just being able to look back and to be able to look forward. And I think that there's some efficiencies too that maybe weren't realized before with the NIC changes as well. Because we talked about what staffing may look like, and it may not be that different. We don't know, but there's also some efficiencies with the new NIC recommendations that weren't there before.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess again, being the math person here and understand the finances, it'd be nice to know maybe what the chair and I shared, or what he shared with me, that is, with regards to that extra cost, right? And be able to monetize that on an annual basis or over a 30-year period. I mean, what would it possibly demonstrate that tunneling or whatever it may be might be worthwhile, right? Might be a savings, right? So I really didn't know that, because I was not one of the commissioners at the table during that time when all this was coming together. So now I'm again, as we're looking at cost and we're looking at all these things, and I certainly heard the passion from the chair when he was sheriff about this, well, recently, that is, not then, but if there's a savings to it, I think we ought to be looking at it, right? I kind of want to get a fiscal aspect of what it means financially as far as a hardship of doing what we're doing today to get people from the jail today to this courthouse. And I don't think where we put the jail, if it's in this particular location, is going to change that any, right? So, you know, would the effort justify the ends?
Yeah, I mean, those are things we can obviously look at when we get an expert to come in, specifically looking at the square footage and where it could be located, right? Because obviously, you know, shifting something over 10 feet probably is not going to be fiscally responsible, right? But the closer you get, you might be. But again, those would be an expert that we'd have to get to really line out the building itself, the jail, what the square footage, where, if there's even a place to put a blueprint right there. There may not be. When you look at it currently, it's hard to imagine, but those are something we'd have to have somebody come through, really measure out and see whether or not that's even plausible based on the current designs of where the courthouse is and everything underneath.
Well, I guess you go under, you can go over, right? Over the road.
Yeah, I'm sure Oregon City might have something to say about
A
going
bridge,
over.
yeah. A safety bridge, yeah.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Any other comments? I just, the only other thing I wanted to kind of add is what Washington County did, I thought was very creative in their design, at least when I saw it last time. It's been a while, but they designed it so that they could just continue to add pods. So they really did plan for the future, and as the population grew, they could add another pod without major infrastructural changes. And so I would just say that I think that's really important to be thinking about as we're kind of moving forward, is like, we need this, maybe so many jail beds now, but in 20 years, we might need something else and not want to have to go out and get another jail. And that's where I, at least over the years, kind of learned that both the food services and medical were kind of really key infrastructures to kind of build around. But you guys are doing a great job with what you have. I always want to say thank you. It's got some challenges. I'm hoping you don't have to dig the floor up anymore for a while. So that was always a challenge for you guys. But any other questions? Yeah. You got
Nope,
one?
just looking at you.
I do have a quick question. With technology, I know that some of the trials are done, or the appearances are done from the jail. What percentage are done from the jail versus in person at the courthouse?
Well, so all in-custody arraignments are done via video from the jail itself, which is a large portion of our court-related. However, any trials, motions and stuff, that have to be in person. And so there's some legal reasons why they can't be done on video.
Okay.
And so, but we can do in custody, and we do all of our in custody.
Arrangements,
Yeah,
okay.
there's probably one or two specific legal issues that have to be in custody done down at the courthouse, but the vast majority, 95% of the in custodies are done via video.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you both, and thanks to the
Thank
staff
you.
in the back of the room that came here as well, so we appreciate it. Nancy?
All right, next up, we have best practices for county governance and the strategic goals by 2026. Convene a review committee to evaluate best practice governance models. So this packet right here, or this section, is pretty data heavy. This particular goal really is looking at data as pulling everything together, presenting it to you, and then, seeing where you want us to go to next. So if you'll pull up the first slide. So in this particular packet, we looked at 23 other counties that are nationwide that are about the same size. We looked from like 375 to about 450. And then we also looked at all of the Oregon counties, regardless of size, to see where they were as we work through this. Trying to find this data was really difficult. There were some things we were combing through people or websites of different counties just to see if we can figure out how they did their governance. We did go through NACO too to try to collect as much information there as we could. They didn't have a lot. It was a little surprising. They had some that we could use, but there wasn't a lot. We also went to AOC and we also went to PSU to see if we can find some more data. You do have a bibliography in here of what we did look at and what we were able to find. And there's a lot of information in here that I'll let you read at your leisure, but we do have some slides here that will kind of shows you where we are. So first, we have comparing commissions, so the U.S. population peers versus other Oregon counties. So that's the 23 that we looked at nationwide. You'll see there that between part-time and full-time, it's about equal of county of our size. And then in Oregon, it's part-time is a much smaller number there. We have more that are full-time than part-time. In elected versus appointed chairs, we found that in the U.S., there are fewer elected chairs than appointed, and that is also true here in Oregon. The districts at large members, so the districts for the U.S., there are more districts than at large in the U.S. for the 23 that we looked at about our size. And in Oregon, we have 30. It's like almost opposite, right? We have 30 that are at large and only 5 that are districts. So next slide, please. So now, thank you. Comparing commissions, the U.S. population peers versus other Oregon counties for partisan and nonpartisan, we found that in the U.S., it's 19 that are partisan, 4 that are not. And in Oregon, again, you kind of see that flip. We always say Oregon is unique. We kind of are in some things. And the term limits, we found the same thing. We didn't find the same thing there. Actually, there for term limits, we found that 21 did not, and 2 in the U.S. did, and then 33 in Oregon that do not, and 2 that do. So the term limits in particular, we had to take a look at that. There's been a couple of cases in Oregon recently about term limits. And you will find in your packet, there is a memo in there from Jeff Munns talking about what the court finding is. And basically from what, and Jeff is here, he can speak to this as well. But we cannot have term limits. We can't make that change within our requirements for a county commissioner. So that one is kind of taken off the table.
It's illegal.
So next slide, please. All right, thank you. A couple of other things just to note with Jeff Munns and the memo that he has in here. Not only does he talk about the term limits and what may happen there, we also have the conversation about, he reviewed a memo that we got in 2011 from Steve Magpour when several of these things were looked at, and everything that was in Steve's memo is also still relevant, except for the term limit piece. And the other thing that we found that is any of the changes, if we do any of these changes, it does have to go to the voters before we can make that change. Okay, let's see. As far as, we do have a couple of questions, and one of them is, now that we have pulled all this information together, I really don't think we're going to find a lot more out there. We really did dig as far as we could. It's like, do you want to take this information and have a conversation as a board? Do you want us to pull together a group to take a look at it to see if they want to do any kind of recommendations to the group? Maybe of, officials from cities, other organizations, we could do that as well. So I will open it up for questions.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, well, this is one of them that's interested me because when I came on in 2011, my predecessor was an appointed predecessor. Two of them were appointed because we had made the conversion in 2009. So the members of the committee that the citizen committee that worked on this back in '08, I guess, and forward. I had chatted with them, and I remember that process. And I remember speaking to them in '08. I believe it was '08. That I had concerns about the elected chair, and because I had this 5-member special district experience in different machinations on the water board and also on the sanitary board. And what I learned is that not all people were necessarily wired to be chair. Not all people would necessarily want to be appointed to chair. And at that time, the chair automatically rotated to Clackamas County, right? So 1 year be one commissioner. Martha was one of those chairs, right?
Twice.
Yeah. So it rotated. And what I learned was, okay, well, some people just aren't suited. They don't even want to do that, right? So what's the right balance? And the long and the short of it is, when I came on in January 2011, I was sworn in. I sat and talked to some of the members of the committee, and I said, remember me bringing this up? Yeah. So we had the conversation. And I said, well, I think the words, and God bless him, our good friend Ernie Platt, if you remember Ernie. Ernie and I talked about this, as well as some others, and Vern Duncan. And I said, well, Paul, just give it time. Just see how it works out. Just give it time. And here's what I would say, and I'm going to say something, and it's not meant towards any of the chairs, past or present, at all. But the way the rotation we currently have right now for vice chair, I happen to be in the rotation where I am the vice chair simultaneously as the first year of the new incoming chair every cycle, right? So the experience I bring is, I'm honored, to be the vice chair and help orient the new chair. The rationale for the committee when they went to the elected chair was in '08, '09 was, geez, we really feel we need consistency. We want to have a chair that, or the board, we want to have the commission represented by someone who's got the history and the consistency so that the commission is stable and, there's no big changes and, it's not really a roller coaster messaging. And I think really every year alternating the chair, I think there was different concerns that maybe whatever this is a partisan thing or whatnot. So, the other thing that's happened too, no one predicted this, I didn't predict it, but we haven't had a chair get reelected yet in this 15 years. So, which means that really we have not had that goal of stability, right? So it seems to me that by design and seeing your charts and all that work, which is great, that in the work that I did, and I didn't know the numbers or the percentages the pie chart showed, but I certainly have heard that consistency of an appointed chair has really resulted, for the most part, in a more stable commission and all the things that the commissions do, whether it's this state or another state, so forth. So I think it offers really that stability, that goal of stability and continuity, right, with projects and goals and everywhere else. And, if there's a mechanism, which a lot do, if the chair is appointed, how they're appointed, whether it's a 2-year term or a 1-year term, but if they're appointed on a 2-year term, which is logical, there's always the majority of the board's represented, and they'll pick the right person ideally. So that's the one thing, so that's one aspect of this, is why I brought this forward. The other one, and I don't have an opinion on this one at all. Martha and I have talked about it several times, was the districts, right? People that think that we ought to have districts. I appreciate the pie chart that you provided there about districts. And as I watch how districts work when it comes to our state legislators and how they work, whether it's on the state representative or state senator, how that works out. You have districts that are very powerful based on where they're at. Maybe they're in a part of the state where maybe they're not so influential, and you end up with an imbalance. And you know, the same goes for large cities or cities that have districts, and also counties that have districts. And Lane County, which I'm, you know, very familiar with, I used to live there. People argue it doesn't really work so well. That, again, the more influential counties run the show, and you don't get that balance. So, you know, I think it's worthwhile really kind of putting a committee together, again, or reassembling a committee. Not all those people are still with us, but to try to really just talk through about, you know, what the ideas are. And I know that there's some people that are really strong and believe we ought to be by district. And I know that some of those people think it's easier to get elected because you're not running at large, which is, it is harder. So anyhow, that's my input at this point. Chair, yield back.
Go ahead, Ben.
I want to just, this is very interesting data, thank you. Can you in the US, it says districts at large, so you have 2 versus 21. There's more districts or counties in the US beside, what am I looking at?
Yeah, of course, but what we did was look at counties comparable to our size.
Oh, comparable to our size.
Yeah, so we looked at 375 to 450.
Got it.
Population,
Okay,
in
that makes
population.
sense. Okay.
Because, yeah, looking at all counties was impossible.
Okay, totally. Thank you for that. I should have picked up on that. I just want to comment on the districts versus at large. For me, simply, like, I live all the way on the west side of the county. Commissioner Helm lives all the way on the east side, Damascus side of the county. I have to care as much as what's happening on the east side and on that mountain that's far away from me in a big county as I do have in the Wilsonville area over on the west side, you know, on the other side of I-5. So I have to look at this holistic representative approach, and it's just not me solely focused on one piece of the pie. And you have 5 specific commissioners advocating for the population as a whole, and that capacity makes us unique in the metro area. And I like our results. So I think that everybody getting 5, working hard for them, specifically the makeup of our county, we're 50% federally owned. We are urban, suburban, and the largest rural population of any county in the state. We have mountains, we have rivers, we have farmlands, we have, you know, all of it. And so it is incredibly diverse county. It's a bellwether county. It's not just diverse in its population and its demographics, but also in just socioeconomic status is super diverse. So I like and think there's a lot of value in being at large. I see some head nods, but I know that comes up all the time.
It does.
I'm glad we didn't go that way. I think when you guys created the way the structure is now, that was smart. And I still think it is something that works today. I don't know about the chair position or how that is elected or not elected. I can see arguments for both sides, so I'm not decided on that. And if you're doing this job right, it's full-time. Like, it just is. And maybe that's different than maybe Clatsop County that's smaller, or Lake County or one of the other ones. But this county has influence in a way that's important. And we also do a lot as a county. We have a lot of departments that do a lot of things and cover a lot of different aspects of public life. And so I do think that this is should be considered a full-time job. That's my position. Or thoughts?
Martha, what do you think?
I concur with that. I've never liked districts, quite frankly, because I think your responsibility is to represent the entire area. And in terms of the chair rotating, you know, that to me, it's 6 one, half dozen of another. I'm perfectly happy never being chair again. I have to be perfectly honest, so.
It's lots of fun, isn't it?
You get all the heat. And that was, I think, dare I say this, I think that was more politically motivated for a certain person who wanted the chairmanship at the time on the board. So rotating isn't necessarily a bad idea because it gives everyone a chance to go ahead and, you know, have an opportunity to hold the gavel and run it. too. So, like I said, one way or the other, Paul is right. We've never had a chair elected, I think, more than once. Am I correct, since we've been here?
So Martha, do you see a distinction between, because it's appointed, it's not necessarily rotational, right? I don't, personally, I don't think that rotational is the right thing to do, but you can have one appointed rotational, or you can have one
Well, you
appointed
can-
that's
you
on a
could have-
non-rotational basis.
In
right?
other words, you can appoint a chair as a group. That's another option, yeah.
Diana.
But
This is very interesting data. I really enjoy this, and I am also anti-district. And I think it works in some places. I think it works in high-density
Oh, yeah, it does.
urban areas where it's a lot more equal, where it's just such a very diverse county, and I think it would be really, really hard to do it here. I kind of like just going through the report. I like the rotation of chair, just because I think everyone should kind of have that opportunity and experience. And it's not an easy job, what you do. So, but I'm fine to leave things the way they are. They're working, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. But this is very interesting information to have.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead. Okay. Just from what you said, like so there's an elected by the population, or a rotating like our vice chair is, or it's elected by the body, the elected body, kind of like a speaker or the house or would be. Am I understanding those options correctly?
Nominated, yeah.
Or nominated, yeah.
Nominated by us as, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for asking the question, because some people assume that we're going to appoint someone who was never elected, right?
Yeah.
It would be, you're appointing someone from the elected
Elected,
body.
right.
So they're always elected, but it's in how they, Lane County, right? Every commissioner in Lane County is elected,
Yep.
and then they appoint a chair.
And they stay chair until the board makes a different decision. It's not a rotating chair, right?
I think it's termed. It's got a term, right?
It's got a- okay.
I can't remember if it's annual. I don't remember if it's annual or it's 2-year, but I think it's a term.
But if the body has like a chair that they want to continue to have,
They can do it.
then they should just continue to have that chair as long as that chair is elected. There shouldn't be a term on it.
Yeah, again,
Like a speaker.
Yeah, the goal originally in '08, when I was listening to all those discussions, was having that continuity, right? Continuity of whether it is the board priorities, goals, any kind of effort, economic development, whatever it may be. And so I have seen really that change, or there has been significant change. I mean, there's no way you can change think about the agenda of two people, from Wilsonville, Commissioner Lehan or Chair Lehan and Chair Ludlow, right?
Yeah.
Both from the same area, but two
So
completely
different,
I
yeah.
mean, so it was a complete shift.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's the instability, which is contrary to what the goal of the committee had actually voiced, was having continuity and consistency.
Okay.
But any change would have to go to the vote.
Right.
Right, of course, yeah.
I mean, I think that
So,
a little bit kind of echoing what Diana Helm, if it's not broken, right? Concept. The other thing, I mean, the reason I don't like the district piece, because I think it can cause to get into turf issues. I represent this particular area, and by not being a part of a district, we're really having to come together on all of the issues in the county. And, while some individuals here focus on particular areas, that's great. But we really are responsible, each one of us, for this entire county, which I like that concept. It kind of helps us from not being divided. So, so I think with that, there's probably got to be a lot more conversation. I mean, I think this is just Gary, go ahead. It looks like you got your light on.
So actually, staff has completed their work on this priority of yours. The question is, do you want to form a public committee to review this data and advise you? That's really the next question. Or staff's done, and we can bring it back to you later to see if you want to take action or not on these recommendations. But really, staff's done its work. The first one, we finished, of your 10 priorities, we're done. But do you want to form a public committee to review this and advise you? Or just sit with the data and think about it later?
Yeah, I think, I mean, my suggestion would be is taking our time to look at this. This is a lot of data. I see a lot of resources that I'd like to read up on, and I think it needs, that's why I was saying, I think it needs further discussion. I'd like to hear what my other colleagues think. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I anticipated that we would have a committee work on this. I think the work that was done was spot on to what we asked for and more, frankly. So I think the work was thorough. Thank you for all the work that's been done. And I do appreciate each of us expressing our preferences. And I know we all come from different levels of sitting in these roles, experiences in these roles. And I know that the constituents out there, that some of them that have been talking about this, I think they presumed that there would be not really us talking about it like we did today, but actually going a step farther and maybe, again, I think a presumption for the most part, especially members, and when I talk about the committee and all these years that, yeah, well, we could reform it. I think that was basically, I don't say a head nod, but basically seemed to be a consensus that ultimately, as our good friend Ernie once said, Paul, give it some time and we'll bring it back up again. So I just want to at least honor that that I won't say deliverable, but at least that goal of one of the key people on that committee, and Vern Duncan as well, saying, yeah, bring it back. We'll bring it back at the right time. So it's been a long time, and I just think that we ought to let the public voice their thoughts, not just us.
And I think it kind of respond to that too, as one of the thoughts that comes to my mind is what we're tasking our staff to do. And I've seen a lot of things that have been added to staff, and my concern is bandwidth. And I mean, we've added some committees, and all that takes staff time to do. And so we have a lot of objectives here to accomplish, and I definitely want us all to be successful. So and again, you know, I'd also like to give staff an opportunity, Gary, because a lot of times Gary says, if you want to add one thing on a budget, what do you want to cut, right? And so, again, I'd want to really know, you know, how much time is this going to take staff? What is the bandwidth that we have? And yeah, and honestly, I mean, I'm all about having further discussion on this. I just think that we need to kind of take a look and get that kind of input provided, so.
So that was a non-answer, right, Gary?
Well, so I'll answer you right now. This is one of your 10 priorities. This is the priority. It's the other stuff you've asked us to do. I advise you, we don't have capacity for that, but this is one of your things you've directed us to work on. So
Right.
we will make room for this. It's the other stuff that I have concerns with. Thank you.
Well said, Gary, well said.
All right.
So either tell us now or we're going to pause and wait until you give us direction. But do you want to form a public committee? Not tomorrow, but over the next few weeks, months.
You need a motion? You don't
Not
need
a motion, but kind of
Yeah.
direction.
What are you thinking?
Well, what does thumbs up mean?
That's the
He
point.
wants a committee.
Kind of honor the will of the former members of the committee to bring it back.
So you want to, so you want to form a committee, that's your
Yeah,
next step?
yeah,
That is the next step, or?
Basically, it's very similar in composition, not people, but as we did before originally, because there was a consensus to reform this committee at some point. And I also hear the calling of people. Martha's heard them too. I don't necessarily think that a district's the right thing. So, but there again, because there's been discussion about that and some electeds out there saying you ought to do districts. To me, I think not doing it would not really respect the overarching thing of building trust in government. It might have the appearance or optics of, well, they're going to leave it alone because that's what they think, versus, again, if we're going to build trust, I think we honor that, we recognize that.
I don't disagree with that.
So our
We can't use a mirror as our lens, right?
our choices are take time with this and review it, or go forward with the committee who will review it and come back to us with a report.
Yeah.
Correct.
What do you want to do? Martha?
What do I want to do?
Let's go, Nona.
I'm kind of going on the side, if it isn't broken, do we have anything to really fix? That's just how I'm thinking. I went through this once before. Maybe I'm just not looking forward to.
Going down it again.
Watching sausage get made
Well, what
again.
happens either way, right? We take time and review the
Why
information
don't
and
we
then still come back and have to make a decision.
We can do that.
Or the committee works with us and they give us a list of suggestions, and then we have to make a decision as a board about what to do with
Right.
those suggestions.
Pretty much.
But we are just investigating something. It's like, we're not making a promise, we're just,
Yeah, that could be.
I don't know if
framed-
I mean, it's,
That could be framed that way. I mean,
What is the composition of the committee?
yeah, what does that maybe look like?
So we'll come back, if you direct us to form a committee, we'll come back to you with options of what that would look like. We don't have that formulated yet, and then you make a decision, pick names, and move forward. We don't have that for you today. But if you direct us to do so, we'll come back to you with that.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll also hear from members of the public just who are watching this, and we could also task this to CCI and get their input on whether or not we should do it. I mean, again, just be transparent, think about being transparent, putting our own wills or thoughts aside for a moment and letting the people that we represent share their thoughts.
Once you
To me, I
talk
see that as a way to build trust in government.
Does it come to like a situation where they come back and they give us, the committee, how it's formed, comes back, gives us a list of suggestions or thoughts? And then is the next step referring, if there's changes, we decide something to
refer
the
to the
voters?
voters, yeah.
Is that the end of it? Or we say, we're happy with the status quo, it's not perfect, but it ain't broke, so we're not moving? Or we like to just, is it like an à la carte type of thing where we're like, we'll take these options and leave these ones behind at the salad bar? Like, is it,
Well, I think having an outside committee look at it
I-
and discuss it and either make recommendations or come to the conclusion that everything is fine the way it is. At least it's not us saying, we're fine, don't worry about us. We know how to work things. We don't need your input.
and is this potentially a November ballot situation if we go there?
Oh, I don't even think I don't even think that's something that
I don't
I
even think
see
it's a ballot.
necessarily as in the horizon. That
I know, but if we, well, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm totally capable of being wrong. I'm very good at that sometimes. I'm a flawed man. If they come back with suggestions and there's charter changes to the charter, don't we have to refer that to like we change how the chair is governs, that goes to the voters, right? If let's hypothetically, they come and say, hey, it's an elected chair, but we like it where it's an appointed chair instead, which you've talked about. That goes to the voters to change. Any of these changes go back to the voters.
Takes it away from the voters.
Right, so,
Yeah.
I'm just playing this out with how this looks.
Yeah,
like-
but maybe this work and exploring takes a year or 2 years. I mean, I'm not thinking that we're going to have anything happen this coming November.
Okay.
You know, I'm not even close to even thinking of something like that, so,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, when I look at kind of the data and research that you've done, it's kind of all over the board, really. I mean, there's, they do it
There's
both
reasons
ways.
for all of these different
Right.
structures all over the
And-
place.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, and Ben, you brought up something I completely forgot about, is that, you know, we're not a charter county, and some people thought that we should be a charter county. What has come up, by the way, and I thank you for saying that. I forgot what position, so there was a time when people thought that a elected position, a person ought to be removed,
Yeah,
right?
recently.
Not on the commission, not on the commission per se, but another elected position that is in a general law county in Oregon. And I think has actually came up in 2 different positions over the 15 years I've been here. And we said, no, that's an elected position. And they said, well, in Multnomah County or this other county or that county, you know, they appoint that particular person, right? So people said you ought to be a charter county, that way you can make decisions. And I am not inclined to go there, but again, that's just me, right? I'm just giving my experience, but that's something else that has come up in the past. You ought to be a charter county, but we're not a charter county. But that gives us other powers to, people thought we ought to be able to have hire and fire the sheriff, hire and fire the election clerk, hire and fire the treasurer, all those things that come up, right? No personalities here at all, but those are things that have come up over the years, right? We can't do that in general law county. We can't do that here. I'm not saying we do that. I just think that it gets really messy when you get into a charter county. And so, but there again, maybe that's something that is also part of the discussion.
And in the discussion, the people who engage in that are generally super political people, and they're super wonky in local politics, and they come with quite a bias. And so and then are we beholden to those loud voices within the community that don't necessarily represent an entire community to direct the structure of our government? What if we say no to those recommendations, and it ends up, just being an unnecessary hornet's nest? There's a risk to opening up and going down a path. I can see your look, like just going down a pathway potentially. And we work for these people, right? But sometimes it's not always just the loudest voices in the room that matter. I'm just throwing it out there to talk. I don't know if that's necessarily a.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point. I mean, I think we ought to be very careful on who we select and understand where they're at. I would love to have a constitutional attorney that understands the Constitution, for example.
Like hire one to come in and advise?
Well, not hire one, maybe hopefully appoint one, right? I don't want to spend any more money than we have to. But, I've learned a lot from attorneys that have a deep understanding of the whys and how our form of government came to be and what we've learned over 100 years or 200 years, in this country. It's fascinating, but I think having that balance to answer questions will kind of hopefully guide that conversation of the committee into a place of reason.
And is the committee going to be as nonpartisan or as balanced as possible, so not one group has an outsized influence on the recommendations?
Maybe 2 from one party, 2 from another, and 2 from the middle. I don't know. I'm not here to design it right now. Maybe staff can do that.
We're here to decide whether
To do it.
staff is even going to do that.
Right. So I would just say we got to decide, are we going to move forward with this and forming a committee or not? So I guess I'll start off down at your end of the table. Commissioner West, what do you want to
Can
do?
start the easy one on the other end?
You can start here if you want.
Yeah, I support it. I support forming the committee that is as balanced as humanly possible and working in a nonpartisan way.
Sure, let's do it. Maybe it's time. Okay. So Greg, where are you?
Yeah. Again, my recommendation was to give us a little more chance to look into this. I hate to kind of there's a lot of information right here, knee jerk. There's a lot of variable factors in this whole decision, so I wouldn't be in favor of moving ahead yet. Not that I wouldn't, but I just don't feel like I'm there.
What do you think? I'm open. I want to work with you as a board. Like, I want to hear what do you think? Like, where do we?
Well, like I said, and I'm going to be frank, I haven't dived into all of this information you presented. I looked at it, and we've been very busy lately, so I did skim through it. Heard a lot of input from Nancy today, and would just like the opportunity to really dive into it a little more. I notice even in Oregon, there's counties, I wouldn't mind even touching base with some of the other counties to say, hey, does it work, does it not? And would you like to change it back to really get kind of a broader input? And then I think you also have to look at, were there any complications in the process when you went to that, and what were they? So I don't want to make this partisan. I feel like, this is a nonpartisan position for all of us. I want us all to work together. And for me, I personally just feel like I need some more time to kind of dive into this, to look at all the pros and cons, and that's why this time I would say,
Well, Craig, I think you bring up a good point, and the committee doesn't have to happen overnight, right? It gives you plenty of time to research it. I want to do the same thing you just said. I want to talk to the folks in Lane County and Deschutes County and the 5-member counties, and, I know a number of the commissioners in Multnomah County. I've talked to them. We talked about details like this from time to time. Boy, I tell you, it's top of mind in Multnomah County right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Top of mind. So I think we can do both. I think we can move forward, but there again, do it at a pace where it gives you the time to.
well, I think you can't have it both ways. It's like we're telling staff to move forward, right? And after looking at this, I might come to the conclusion that, no, I am absolutely not wanting to move forward on this, but if we're giving staff direction to move forward, I'm headed down that path.
Well,
So,
the other thing is, though, that sometimes it sets up, what I've seen, when it does rotate, there's also wars in between the commissioners.
Right.
I've seen that in Clatsop County happen where it should have been a rotation, but they keep voting for the one person. So that can either way, it's going to be problematic, I think, but I'm just throwing that out there. But
yeah.
should we,
Well, I think, here's what I think, since we're going to move down the line here, right? I'll just jump in. It's one of our strategic goals, good governance, right? Oftentimes, the people outside this room think we're doing a terrible job, right? It's complicated what we do, obviously. But having another set of eyes on it to reinforce that what we're doing is right, I think helps us.
that makes sense.
And whatever that the composition of this group would be, of course it would be a mixture of, just like we have here, right? We're nonpartisan, that would be nonpartisan, but it would be a good mixture of people from the community to set eyes on our work and reinforce, or if they have questions. We're not perfect. I mean, and if we have room to improve, goodness, let's improve. But I'm not afraid of somebody looking inside and seeing what we're doing, because it's transparent, it is good governance, and it's a way to solidify that we're doing good work for the people, and we have nothing to hide. To me, it's simple, but that's me. And it doesn't have to be done overnight. It can be formed. We could get reports back over time. I don't think anything needs to go to a vote unless someone says, oh, we need to change the county codes to say this. I see it being to our benefit more than anything. But that's my Pollyanna view.
I concur with everything Commissioner Helms said, and I think we all kind of, when we originally talked about this, made it a priority. So I think we should move on it. But I tell you one thing, I will be adamant, I will not support turning the commission into 12 members.
No, definitely not.
There you got your work cut out for you.
We just built this dais, we'll have to build a new one.
That's not
We
good.
could just do a second level
I
back
have a
here.
quick question.
Yeah.
Should the committee have a board liaison?
Of course.
So in that, should we talk
Ex
about that
officio,
today?
yeah.
So
Well, I think it's premature to talk about it today, maybe.
Gary, I think that's Gary.
So I'm hearing direction for staff to come back to you on what this committee composition would look like.
Okay.
Right?
That's the next step. Once you agree to that, then it's to do a recruitment to select those folks. This is a 2 or 3 or 4 month process. It's not happening overnight. And you did direct me to come back to you with this goal achieved by December 31st, 2026. So I do need to get moving, but it's not going to happen overnight. So next step is we'll come back to you with recommendations for what this committee membership would look like.
And
All right.
also, kind of to echo what you said, some of the stuff that you're wanting to look at, I think that's stuff the committee could do, right? Let them ask some of these other counties questions and let them delve into some of this. We could do it ourselves, obviously, too, in conjunction, but I think that it would be interesting for other committees to find out. I think that every jurisdiction is unique and they do things the
Right.
way that works for them, and we do the way things work for
Exactly.
us.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
we can't compare ourselves. It's not apples to apples.
All right, you got your direction?
Yes.
Nancy, what's next?
Okay, thank you. So last but not least is our strategic goal about communications and engagement. By 2026, through the development of a strategic communications and engagement plan, the Clackamas County community will experience greater transparency and accountability from its county government. We have Tonya Holowiski here, Director of Public and Government Affairs, to present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I, like you, have listened to 9 of 10 implementation team reports. And like you, I am convinced that each goal that you have set has a story to tell. And each goal has a level of engagement that will depend on the goals, the needs, the phase, which is what they're in. So I think it's perfect that I conclude with the 10th report on communication and engagement. So we actually have one goal, but we have 2 plans. We have a strategic communication plan and we have a strategic engagement plan. And so I want to start by speaking to the strategic communication plan and what its purpose is. This is as far as I'm aware, and I don't know, Gary may correct me, but this is the first strategic communication plan that Clackamas County is developing. Now, we've built communication plans for projects and programs, but I don't know of a communication plan that we've built out for a strategic communication plan countywide. So the purpose of this plan is to provide strategic alignment, and we want to do this by moving from reactive messaging to a proactive and coordinated approach through a unified voice. We want to align the county messages with your goals and improve the conversation and dialogue between BCC and staff and county residents. And we want to promote your 5 priorities and the corresponding goals and key messages as we develop them. So the plan has 3 guiding principles, and that is to ensure the public employees have access to accurate, relevant, and timely information, which promotes transparency and accessibility. We want to move beyond information delivery to meaningful engagement and relationships that facilitates 2-way dialogue. And we also want to ensure that we are telling the same story aligned with the county values, with your priorities, with a consistent narrative. So we're going to overlay that in this communication plan with the landscape within which we're operating. And so the plan will introduce a situation analysis, which will account for internal conditions and external challenges. It will establish a framework for risk tolerance and controversy management to determine the best approach for the different situations and the different audiences. And it will use a mix of diverse channels, whether it's traditional media, digital campaigns, or community outreach, to deliver and engage our audiences. And finally, the plan, the strategic communication plan, will have a measurement and evaluation component where we will develop quantitative and qualitative metrics, and also a frequency by which these metrics will be evaluated. The plan also includes a draft purpose statements for each of your 5 priorities, accompanied with key messages that you will review and approve. So that is what the strategic communication plan will present to you when we are ready to do so. Now I'm going to move to the strategic engagement plan and talk about the core philosophy and vision for this plan. So we are developing this plan grounded in the belief that residents have a right to shape policies and laws that affect their lives. We want to build good trust and good governance by facilitating a two-way dialogue. And we want to facilitate engagement that leads to better outcomes, sustainable decisions, and deeper trust. So that is the framework through which we are building this strategic engagement plan. It will recognize our established programs, something I call our legacy programs, and to find ways to sustain and improve the input that we currently receive through our advisory boards, through the community planning organizations, and through the hamlets. But it will also introduce 2 new initiatives that we are proposing to launch. One is a youth engagement program, and the second one is a volunteer recognition program. The strategic engagement plan is built on an engagement framework that PGA developed back in 2021 and presented to the BCC. And it is based on the work of the International Association for Public Participation, IAP2, and a spectrum of engagement. And so when we present this to you, we will walk you through what that spectrum looks like and how it builds an engagement framework and an engagement strategy. It will also involve the design of engagement initiatives, again, focused on the methods of IAP2, from designing, planning, implementing, and learning from our engagement initiatives. Just like the communication plan, the strategic engagement plan will also have measurement and evaluation component to it. We will have performance indicators that move beyond counting heads in a room to measuring the quality and diversity of input. It will also focus on closing the loop, something that we keep talking about committing to saying that, yes, you've said this, we've heard you, and now we're telling you what we're doing with what you told us. And it will include 4 pillars of impact. It will track participation reach, quality of experience, the actual influence this input has on decisions, and how it has impacted and provided the ability to build long-term trust in public and government. So how does this all pull together? How do we pull together the strategic communication plan and the strategic engagement plan? And how do we align them and how do we implement them? So between the strategic communication plan, we have built, so when we present this to you, you will see all of those components. We've also built templates for each of the implementation teams that align with the strategic communication plan. They, of course, will have their unique situation, their unique goals, their unique needs and audiences, but there will be overlap between what is in the strategic communication plan and what is in the individual implementation plan. So that one, in particular, the communication strategies and actions, how we assess the risk and how do we mitigate the risk, and the evaluation component. So that when we roll this all up, so that as we measure at the implementation level, they can measure progress, but then as we roll up to the strategic communication plan, we can see overall progress across the priorities. The templates for the implementation teams also have a component where data and talking points are part of their part of their implementation plan, and that's important because that's the key component to proactive messaging. And because these are living documents, and because the implementation teams will be moving through their phases at different levels, at different speed, at different complexity, the ask for these implementation teams is to be reviewing their data and talking points frequently, at least in a 6-month interval. So taking the communication plan plus the engagement plan, what we are proposing is building an integrated implementation plan, so that when we get all these data, and when we get all of the messaging, and when we understand the cadence of each of these implementation teams, that we build this into an integrated implementation plan, so that, again, we're not creating noise out in the community because we're putting out so many messages that nobody can follow them, but that we're being strategic about the messages we're putting out and the priority we're putting on each of these messages and how we're doing it and through which channels and with which audience. All of those things are what build a strategic communication strategy. So with that, I'm just going to talk about where we are. So we have a draft plan of both the strategic communication and strategic engagement plans. They're under final team review, and our next step is to bring the communication plan back to you in March for discussion, review, and approval. We would like to bring the strategic engagement plan to you in April to do the same and to talk about the 2 proposed initiatives and again, get your feedback, review, and approval. And we are also beginning to develop an annual calendar for your engagement. As you know, we've partnered with Economic Development and DTD, with policy advisors and PGA to start looking at the level of engagement, the tiers of engagement, and how do we map out your engagement over the year with different constituencies and different stakeholders. So that's where we are today, and with that, I conclude my report.
All right. Any questions? Go ahead, Paul.
It's more of a comment. I appreciate, Tonya, the presentation, and I listened intently. It sounds like you put a lot of thought and work in it, and it'd be great if I could see like a flow chart in some of those models, like a visual to understand. And then it also sounds very labor intense, but maybe it's not, right? So I don't know if it has a staffing requirement, and if it does, obviously it does, but a grander staffing requirement than you currently have. And if it does, also having the elements of, is this all internal in PGA? Are there externals? When it comes to not the more the urgent crises that come to attention, what that looks like. I call it rapid response or something of that nature, right?
Yeah.
What do we do in emergency situations where we want to get all over something? But it'd be nice to see a flow chart and get a sense of what it would take to adequately staff it to accomplish the mission at hand.
Okay, the one thing I want to just note is with community engagement, we see PGA as a resource for the county. The departments are on the ground. They are engaging with the communities, and they should. The programs are the closest to the work, and that is not our role to be out there in their stead. What our role is to bring this framework, to bring the resources, to ensure that the experience that the residents are having, that the stakeholders are having, is consistent across our engagement initiatives. And that's what the community engagement framework does, is that it allows all of the departments to embrace and learn and practice how to do community engagement in a way that's consistent, and that becomes our brand. That becomes the experience that people have when they engage with the county. So this is distributive. It isn't all in PGA. PGA isn't, from my perspective, everyone who joins the county has a role in community engagement. We are public servants. And so I think this is a county-wide responsibility and a county-wide accountability. What we do is provide the resources. What we do is bring the best practices. We have this one idea that we would love to implement at some point, where we actually convene all of our practitioners and share do a symposium internal to the staff so that we're all sharing how we're going out there and doing this work. So again, we see ourselves more as the facilitators and bringing together the practitioners, but we understand that it takes more than just PGA putting together a framework.
Right, well, I don't disagree on that at all, especially in the realm of communication. No, engagement, right? The communication, I guess, is why I should have couched it, that my comments initially were on the communication standpoint, right? And maybe I was more scenarios specific in my head thinking than I was the engagement. I see that they're intertwined, but they also seem as different.
Yeah, and thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hill.
So Tonya, thank you for the presentation, and yes, I was listening intently to it. It sounds kind of complicated what you're doing, but not. I just love the fact that you want to close the loop on some of these engagement processes. I've been involved in many public engagement scenarios from city level, county level, advisory committee level. I will say the one I will use as setting the bar so high was the one that Jamie Stasny did with the Sunrise Steering Committee. That public engagement process was so holistic, so well received, so well attended, and I think the remarkable thing about it was not only did people feel heard, they saw changes they had recommended actually happen the next time they went to an open house and saw a map. So it's not just listening, it's listening and then doing. Because I will always say that I think sometimes the public has way better ideas than we do. You know, it's sometimes we get kind of stuck in our own little echo chamber, but that process, it's not just Jamie's. It was a team of people, but she led that, and it was a really good experience to go through something like that.
And that is indicative of that engagement framework that I'm speaking to,
Good.
and that you'll see in the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, Nancy, do you need anything else?
Oh, if that is it today, if you guys are finished with your.
All right, I think before we kind of wrap it up and give each commissioner if they had any thoughts as we kind of finish it up, I did want to give a shout out. I mean, the major reason we're here today, I mean, is our strategic plan. And seated in the back of the room are representatives from Managing for Results. And I've had the opportunity to work with them in the past. I know Gary and some of the other commissioners have. And I think that we're just thrilled about their experience that they bring to Clackamas County. Just kind of giving you some highlights about their company, the CEO, Marv Widener, and is the CEO, VPs, Jeremy Steffens. And they're now out of Gunderson, Colorado. They've got decades of strategic planning experience. They've assisted in over 100 entities, over 1,800 departments, and worked with agencies with annual budgets over 37 billion, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I got that right. And what I've really appreciated is really they help agencies focus on the customer. And I hear Marv saying this all the time, is how does this enhance the customer's service, you know? And we continue to bring that back to the question is wanting to improve customer service countywide. So how they help us alignment and integration of individual performances with operational performance to be successful, implement organizations, our strategic plan, and enhance morale, productivity, and overall success. And it's been a long journey. We've been working with them. We've made a lot of headway. I want to make sure I thank Gary and all the staff that have got us to this point. We've got a big day tomorrow, continuing to work on this, and I'm just thrilled that we've all kind of came together with these priorities. We have great discussions, and want to thank each of you for all your hard work in getting the strategic plan done, and thank Marv and Jeremy so much. So if there's no other comments, seeing none, we'll conclude today's busy day, and again, thank you, everybody.